hearts unannounced. What rises up again? No one knows. What chain do we sit atop and watch unfold? Each anchor that we set a different home. In between all the causes we get behind, we can still find us a common bind. We are lucky and we know it. We clap our hands to show it. We are lucky and we know it. We are lucky and we know it. With the focus on, always moving on and moving on. We can't rest till we've driven off and our hearts become second best and left behind with the weakest palm. What's down but a safety net and the softest ground? In between all the causes we get behind, we can still find us a common bind. We are lucky and we know it. We clap our hands to show it. We are lucky and we know it. We are lucky and we know it. We are lucky and we know it. We clap our hands to show it. We are lucky and we know it. We are lucky and we know it. We are lucky and we know it. We clap our hands to show it. We are lucky and we know it. We are lucky and we know it. We are lucky and we know it. We clap our hands to show it. We are lucky and we know it. We are lucky and we know it. We are lucky and we know it. We clap our hands to show it.
Egg. Egg. Egg.
Calm lady hourglass, take me by the hand. I'll shower you with gifts of yours.
Egg.
Make the hard times pass. Tall and blue and crystalline, I'll be yours if you'll be mine. This ancient battle against time, bound to make a mark. We gotta get some weight on that tiny waist. Yeah, open up that little space. Chocolate covered lollipops and all that stuff. Break the spirits of the sand, and every hourglass of the land sends rushing to your feet just like your head's on fire. 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 It's been 7 years inside a month, and I think I plan to work too much. Yesterday I woke up and my life was gone. My hair is gray, my skin is tough, wrinkled and my voice is rough. Tell me, lady hourglass, what went wrong? With lemon drops, wasted through the sandy drop. Time flew by. Every single grain of sand that passes through my crystal hands. A child is born, a boy's a man. This you have to understand. Play the cards and
Egg.
you will tell. No matter if you're feeling well, best will come around you. Best will come, best will come. Best will come around you, even if your head's on fire. Your head's on fire. Your head's on fire. Your head's on fire. Your head's on fire.
Egg.
We go. IT Worket Day.
Heads on fire. Heads on fire. Heads on
Egg.
Night out. Baby, remember on the bus when my hand was on your knee? When you love somebody, it's hard to think about anything but to breathe. Baby, I am the cub who was washed out in the flood. When you love somebody, bite your tongue, all you get is a mouthful of blood. Alright.
Hello. Hi. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
When the Adobe is Flash, yeah, man. Yep.
Egg.
When it's meat. When it's some sort of body horror monstrosity. When it's Flash, I get it. Anyway, hello everyone, and hello Hal.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Zoe. Hi, everyone. Hello.
Hi. Hello. We're here.
How close?
I'm looking. Yeah, it's a friend stream. Hal and I were hanging out before the stream, and I was like, "Hey, do you got time?" And Hal was like,
Yeah.
"Yeah." Hal was like, "Yeah," and now we're here. Da, da, da. Damn, curse me and my inability to not be like, "Oh, music, yay." Na, na, na. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. God, Hal, you remember that time when you were on the Metroid stream and I was doing that, "Oh no, I'm so sorry," that whole bit?
Yeah.
I love that bit.
It makes me giggle so much. I think about it often.
Me too.
I was at work one time and I was just like, "Oh no, did I kill you because you were so fucking weak?" I was just like,
too fucking weak. Oh. I love your reaction when I said it. Just like, oh, like it was so
"It got
good.
me.
You were so deeply offended by that. It was so funny.
It caught me off guard. I thought you were the height of comedy, so congratulations.
Thank you. It was.
You peaked at comedy. You can go home now.
I did it. It was a team effort.
Yeah.
Couldn't have done it without you. Let me just get you.
Happy to help.
Yeah. There. Now you're a little bit closer. Good.
Oh my gosh.
So,
Hi.
hello everyone, and happy birthday to Calaptivity. This is our present to you.
Happy birthday! Oh my god.
Hi. Hello everyone. I am Zoe Gun McQueen, as I said already. Ow, I might have. And I'm here with my friend Hel, and we're gonna play some Flesh games today. Hel, would you like to give a little introduction and stuff of you as a person, as an
Absolutely.
individual?
Hi, I'm AOL, pronouns she, her. I like Garfield, and I like early 2000s internet and cursed stuff, so this is a perfect place for me to be today.
Fantastic. Everybody should go watch Hel's streams. They're some of my favorites. They just have such good vibes. And yeah. And you're a wonderful friend, and I love you.
Oh!
I think you got... Okay, you got cut out, and all I heard at the end was, woo!
Oh, I said, oh my god. You're my friend, I love you too. I use
so
a
funny.
normal fucking voice because Discord hates high-pitched, like, screaming.
I know, right? It's just stupid.
It's rude.
It was just so funny, because, like, I say that, and then there's, like, a really long silence, and then, woo! That was very good. I liked it.
Planned it.
Plan. This is scripted. This stream is scripted, chat. Hello, hi, everybody. Wow. Ooh, okay. Now, let's see. Before we start, some things to talk about. Oh, ow.
Oh,
Ow.
I think you're gonna die.
No, I've still got like almost half my health. I'm gonna be fine for a little longer at least. I'll be fine, I'm sure. For now. Let's see. It is only 3 more days until New Year's Eve, including New Year's Eve. So it's like 2 days until.
Yeah.
Whatever. It's 2 sleeps until New Year's Eve. Which we call Old Year's Eve in the Netherlands, which makes more sense because the Eve is in the old year. New Year's Eve, if you think about it, is like the evening of January 1st, right?
Right, but Old Year's Eve just sounds like some Kingdom Hearts shit to me. So
I think that's awesome. I think it's cool and I think it's cool and good that it does that. But yeah, so we're getting very close to the end of the year. I still haven't done like a little end of year survey for my audience. I'm probably gonna forget, and we'll do it sometime next month, unless I forget. And I feel like there was something else. I don't know. Whatever. But also a fun thing is...
You'll remember.
I might.
50-50 chance.
I wouldn't give it I'd give it like a 60-50 tops of me forgetting.
Man, that's the math.
I don't want to do math, actually. That's gross.
Okay.
I forgot that I hate math. That's how bad I am at remembering things. Oh. Gotcha. This proves my point, I think. Anyway,
yeah, 60-50. It's 110%.
Oh, wait!
She gives 110% every stream.
You got it. And that's not because I'm trying that hard. It's just because I can't fucking count.
She overcompensates. Amazing.
But yeah. Flash games were a thing that existed at one point, which I'm hoping everybody here still remembers because I don't want any fucking minors here. And they were pretty cool sometimes. Sometimes they weren't very cool at all. But a lot of them were on Newgrounds and Congregate and probably other places too. There were just like all these little, you know, like 123 games website, Game Island or whatever, you know. It's like they were just Neopets? No, Neopets is different. I was more sort of talking about like websites where they collect the games that people usually put on Newgrounds and stuff. And they died. They're gone. The government sent out kill squads to destroy all of them. But they succeeded. You can no longer find them on the internet. But they were resurrected from the dead through morally ambiguous necromancy. And now you can play them again using Flashpoint Archive, which is a thing. It's a program that you download to your computer, and on it you can find every single Flash game ever. Yippee! If you don't count any of the ones that they don't have, which I assume they don't have all of them. And I went through and I was like, I remember and enjoy all of these. I'm going to bookmark them so that I can stream them. And we're probably not going to get through all of them because it's quite a few. But we're going to get through some of them. At the very least, there's like, I've got like, I need to do junk pop. You know? And I need to do, you have to burn the rope. And I really want to do bubble tanks. And definitely Madness Accelerant, because I played that one so much. It was my favorite. I loved it so good. So we're going to do a bunch of them, you know?
I'm very excited.
Yeah. I only engage in ethically sourced necromancy. Well, ethically sourced does not mean more. It can still be morally ambiguous, you know? Like is ethically sourced leather? Like if you just find roadkill and you get the leather from that, is that morally good? Isn't it better to just buy secondhand leather clothing so you don't have to make new leather clothing at all? You know? Just because it's ethically sourced doesn't mean it's automatically... Anyway, we're not here for that.
I don't want morals in my Flash games.
No, that's okay. So yeah, let's go. Well, let's do eggs first, of course. Got the folder.
Egg.
Is it moral to be a bubble tank shooting other bubble tanks? Extremely. It is. It is so moral. So, if you have but one little channel point, you can redeem it for an egg, which we'll be putting on the egg stacks and cover as much of these nostalgia games as possible, because they were buried for a reason. Just kidding.
Egg.
Wow, I wonder who the first egg today is from. Why, it's Etrim Toa.
Oh.
And we've got Muzzle Flash, Zero Elak, Esteemed Jester, Kira Cat, Radiant Sunbun, Mike Loves Rabbit, Fuzzball Dave, Egapox, Arterial Red, Arliss Bloxer, Caleb Tivity, happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Yoa Maru, Yo, mom. I'm sorry. Wow, it's my friend Aohel.
Whoa! She's here!
Woo! She's so funny.
Oh my god.
Persidoni. Green Clunk. And starting the second exec is Stray Cat Rock. And we've got Mecha VT. Soda Vampire. So nice to see you in chat instead of just in the Discord for a change. It sounds passive aggressive. I don't mean that. It's just nice to see you here. Yuzu Adagio. Taringerine. Lucina of Stardust. Time to Fry. Gumbercube. And Banshee Strikes. Thank you all for the eggs.
Egg.
Oh. And also Robotoast, so sorry that you missed the music, but thank you. There we go. Beep. Me having my little Yubot dance, the egg summon dance. Cute. Alright, so yeah, that's hello. Okay, there we go. The egg redeem notification wasn't disappearing for some reason. But we're good now. Now let's see, what should we start with? Let's start with something simple. Let's start with you have to burn the row.
Okay.
Car battery!
Oh!
Ow. Is this shit loading? Oh, this shit's loading. Okay, does this work? What about if I do this? I really should have looked into how I was easily gonna... I am. Yeah, back when people still used Internet Explorer, those were the days.
Dark days.
Dark days. Ugh. Truly the dark ages.
How long did it take for you to get a virus on your parents' computer? Just out of curiosity.
I don't remember. It was probably pretty fucking soon. I remember just downloading just about every demo of every game I could find.
Yeah.
And I assume not all of those were, you know, at the best of intentions.
Same.
Come on. Get this in. Okay, wait. This one. Okay, and then this. Okay, there we go. Let me share my screen with you, my friend.
Thank you.
Egg.
Oh.
It's gonna be a lot of that every game. It's just like figuring out how I'm gonna share it with you. I got a virus trying to download Sonic Adventure DX for free on my dad's computer. Nice. I
fell for the Bonzi Buddy.
My sister fell for the Bouncy Buddy.
Oh no.
Ooh, a head for Derek and another egg also. Oh no, there's some sauce or something fell on my jacket. Well, that's a shame. Anyway, it's okay. I will survive. Also, I hadn't thanked you yet, but Princess Ophiusa, thank you very much for following. Dear Zoe Gala Queen, hi, yours truly, Princess Toadstool, Peach. Hi Ellie, how are you? You said sauce. That's true, I did say that. And Goopy Doopy Art, thank you very much for following. Wait, did I do? I didn't egg too many. You guys get an extra egg? This egg can go on Hell's Head.
Thank you. I'll carry it with pride.
All right, and some sort of retro hat for Derek. Let's see. I think this is the most retro head we got. This is the most classic head to wear, I think.
Oh, let's give him like a little lollipop or like an ice cream too with that.
That'd be cute. I mean, I feel like that's infantilizing him too much. He's a grown man.
Well, I'm a grown person. I would wear that fun hat and ice cream.
Yeah, I guess you never told for ice cream. Let me get him ice cream.
Yeah. Okay.
Business I
Oops,
have.
that's wrong.
It's post holidays. Give him a little ice cream. He deserves it.
Character of AOL's choice: on the egg, on the head. Okay, which Sonic character would you like? Also, that was redeemed the moment I like pressed the dismiss redeem alert button. So like Sonic just like, oh, I'm here.
Goodbye. I want Tails. I'm in a Tails mood today.
Hell yeah, let's get that boy. Here you go. Tails is
Thank
nesting on
you.
the egg.
Oh, enjoy that, Tails.
Okay, let me get this head for Derek. I mean, ice cream for Derek. No, I want ice cream. Damn it.
Same.
Oh well, I'll have some chocolate milk with whipped cream later.
Ooh.
That'll be my post stream treat. There we go.
Ice cream is as big as. What a good day.
He gets a big treat. He deserves it.
It does.
He deserves it. All right. All right, let's go. So, if you don't know, you have to burn a rope. Well, it's pretty self-explanatory. Here we are. It's a little loud. Hold on. I don't think I'm gonna have like a convenient way to adjust the volume across all these games at once.
Well, you could do your volume mixer for.
Yeah, that's what I've done now.
And okay, you got it. You're smart. You're cool.
You too.
Well, thank you.
There is a boss at the end of this tunnel. You cannot hurt him with your weapons. To kill him, you have to burn the rope above. Have fun!
Okay.
Oh no, there he is!
Oh.
Also, I just realized because I made it full screen, we can see things we aren't supposed to outside of the ranges of the thing.
Oops.
That's okay.
This is like the director's cut.
We did it.
Congrats.
Congratulations. You managed to kill that boss, you see. The green color sense. You're the hero we all wish we could be. You made it through the tunnel.
This is the most Swedish game I've ever seen in my life.
It's really good.
Then you burned the
Well, and saved us all. You burned the rope and saved us all. You burned the rope and saved us.
Now you're a hero. You managed to beat the whole damn game. We're happy you made it, but how are you gonna spend the rest of this day? Maybe watch the video.
Maybe press refresh and start again. Now you're a hero. You managed to beat the whole damn game.
We're happy
You made it.
but how
How are you
gonna
gonna
spend
spend
the rest of
this
this
day?
Maybe
Maybe watch a video. Maybe press refresh and start again.
Yes, it's
It's
over
over now.
We did it
like a longer game. I swear it's true. Ooh. Now you're a hero. You managed to beat the whole damn game. We're happy you made it, but how are you gonna spend the rest of this day? Maybe watch a video. Maybe press refresh and start again. Ta-da!
Yay!
It's even shorter than I remember it being. I was expecting that they were lying to you, like you had to use weapons and it was an exercise in critical listening. But I like this twist better. It's so good. It really just feels like the developers wanted to make a song, and then we're like, what if we make a stupid little game about it, just to get to the song?
That's all them. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it.
We burnt that rope. We did it. Thank you, everyone. Couldn't have done it without y'all. I think that's a good one to start with.
Yeah, give yourself a hand on it, like applause. You did it.
Yeah. Here, I'll applaud you, chat. I can't. Well, I can't. It doesn't show both my hands, but you know, you can hear me applauding.
Yeah, that's it.
How are we gonna spend the rest of this day? Well, don't worry, Radiant Sunbun and everyone else. We've got a bunch of other games to play, but I think this is a good one to start with. You know, we now know the sound of one hand sound of one hand clapping. Finally.
The base is done.
Yeah. One of my favorites from back in the day was Steam Shovel Harry. It was like 10 minutes of cutscenes and tutorials, and then you just died instantly when the game started. That's very good too. Also, thank you very much for giving Ellie a shout out. She deserves it. And I've got hiccups. Die. KQ Gray, thank you very much for your egg. Let me just get that. Nope, that's my Ramona reaction folder. There we go.
Car battery!
Oh! Did you?
Ow. I got car battery. It's okay. Nah, not yet.
Okay. I don't know why. I'm just like, is she dead?
Is she fucking dead already? Come on.
I haven't hung out on stream with you for a bit. I'm like, is she dead? Did she die?
I'm okay. Like every time he's like, she's still not dead?
she's still breathing, right?
Yeah, she's still good. She's like, oh no!
So she's dead, right?
No, I'm
so
not.
She's dead, right?
Ow. Not yet, but we are getting close. Why do you want me to die so much? Ow.
Oh, it's so sad.
Is it
My good friend Zoe got Queen's dying. I'm really sad right now.
That's just payback to the time that I defeated you. And I called you pathetic and such.
I don't feel safe.
Yeah.
You've just like been building up a vendetta against me all this time.
Yeah, I've just been fuming in the shadows like, I'm gonna get back there. I'm gonna get my revenge. I'm gonna be the one to make the final car battery blow.
You say that there are a lot of people that are always like trying to get the final hit on me and stuff.
Okay, well, if everyone wants to let me do an assist, and that'd be cool.
Oh no, I've been afflicted with marked for death.
Oh no.
Oh no. People with the person who did that, like, and their party members do a higher crit rate chance against me now. Also, Sippy and Stretchy and posture check.
Here we go.
I didn't make me dead. Oh, I did. Ow! Fuck! Ow! I dabbed.
Did you die? Did you die?
No, I hit my hand. It's fine. I'm okay.
Oh no! Oh no!
I'm okay. Also, I'm getting cheesed. Gromit. There we go. So, I feel like I was gonna say something. No. Yeah, well, about the next game, we're gonna play Cannibalt next. That is Cannabalt, not Cannibalt. Which is a game that is also on Steam now, and I think on mobile phones as well and stuff. But it got its start as just like a flash game on the internet, and it is sort of like the complete opposite of what we just played, which was a big joke. This one's actually like a very cool aesthetic video game that I remember playing a lot. And it's short. There's also not much to it, but I think it'll be fun to check out. You know, we're getting like a nice wide spread of different kinds of flash games that there were. Sippy should restore health. No. I've talked about this a lot. Nothing's gonna restore my health except for if I want to, and when I respawn as someone else or the same person. Who knows? Ow. So let's go play Cannibal now. Whoa! Hey, it popped up immediately. That's nice.
Ooh, thank you.
I think because it counts as the same program as before.
Thanks.
So let's see. It's not showing. Ooh. Wait, maybe I can. Ooh. Well, okay. Hold on a second, Chad. I gotta work on this. I gotta make sure this is
You gotta take your time.
this is watchable for you guys. Go over here and then window capture. Yeah, that one. And then if I put it in here, does that? Nope. Okay. Maybe. Wait.
Oh?
Car battery!
Oh, she dead? Is she dead? Is she dead?
I
died! Yeah! Thank you, everyone.
You killed me!
I killed you while you're trying to fix your game browser. That was a cheap death on my part.
That's kind of fucked up what you just did to me.
I really did. Yeah, good. Everyone's like, good job. Good job for murdering a defenseless person. You
What
did
the
it.
fuck, girl?
You did it. Listen, this is the only way I could win. I'm very weak.
What
I
have
have
you
to be
done to
sneaky.
me?
Who knows? Who knows? You could be a ghost. You could be a broadcast. You could be a fennec.
Who knows?
You could be you.
Also, it turns out this is by the same developer as Cryptid the Necrodancer. That's fucking cool. I didn't know.
Yo, that rules.
Nice. But okay, let's see what I'm about to be. It is broadcast.
Okay, thank fucking God. I didn't want Homestuck Queen to come out. I'm scared of her.
That's just me in a costume. That's just Goblin Queen in a costume, though. That's not a separate alt.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh. I
That one and the trans color are just color swaps.
Oh.
No.
I was just
Nothing
nervous
to
I
be
was gonna
afraid
get
of.
pain on me. Just
No.
okay.
You're fine.
Okay. My friend Broadcast Queen's coming out. She's cool. Big fan.
Oh yeah. Wait, I remember when you like rode on her shoulders and stuff.
Yeah.
That was so cute.
I get to see things.
Yeah. Get to feel a little bit taller.
Yeah.
Gotta fuck with the settings. There we go. Hello. Hi. Wait, one more thing. before we move on. Oh, my legs. And then I have to move you, because now I'm covering you up a little bit. There, that's better. Oh, and I also have to move your egg and your tails. There you go. You still there, Hal? 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 Hello?
Hi.
Hi, I muted myself for some reason.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was just like, oh, I just assumed you that was you trying to focus. So I was just like, I'll be quiet. So you can
No,
focus
I did something
all the
on
parameters.
No, I just fucked up for some reason. I don't know why I did that.
It happens.
Oh well.
Hi.
Hi. And hello everyone. I am now tall. Let's wait, did I take care of all of those? Yes. Okay, let's play Cannibal now,
Yeah.
which is a pretty simple game. But I think it's cool. It's actually, now that I think about it, maybe like the first Infinite Runner. Probably not the first, but definitely like preceding, you know, the craze of them.
Yeah. But the same developer as the Necrodancer. That's really neat.
Yeah, that is super cool that this is like, I mean, it's the earliest thing of them that I know.
That rules. Ooh. Plus good music.
Of course. And like, it clearly like has some sort of a narrative, but it's intentionally like very vague and stuff. Just like, you know, with like background elements and stuff.
Yeah, hold on, the city destruction. This is neat.
It is.
I've
no.
never played this one. Oh no!
That's okay. Mostly got excited for the music. The music is very good. I actually still have the soundtrack. It's just a really good soundtrack. I can recommend it.
Oh, there's more than one song?
I think so, yeah. I
Oh.
think so. I don't know, look it up, I guess.
Oh, okay.
If you want. That's not like a demand, like, oh, you must look this up so we know. I mean, like, if you're curious, you can look it up. I'm focusing on my voice. Oh no, wait, I made it. I thought I was failing that jump.
Ooh. Someone's calling me.
Oh, you should destroy them. That's a command thought. We're busy. They're interrupting us.
Leave me alone. Who is this? Oh.
Who?
I know who this is. Oh, I have a reservation for a restaurant tomorrow, and I think they're just calling me like, hey, you coming? I'm like, yeah.
Nice.
I get pushy.
Well, what's the occasion? Oops.
Gift card.
Okay, that's nice.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can't really read the chat because you have to really pay attention here, so let me
Okay,
know
I
if
got
they're
you.
saying
I got
anything
you.
super interesting. Thank you.
Hey, chat, you saying anything super interesting?
Chat, you have to be funny and interesting right now. If you don't, it's okay.
No, but, oh god. When everyone says like, hey, please be funny, I kind of freeze up.
Yeah, it's like kill me
Every
now.
comedy bone. Yeah, no thank you. It's like when someone, I've had this in an interview before, they're like, tell me a joke, because they're like, you're a funny person, tell me a joke. I'm like,
I know.
oh no. I'll just say my life and then
Ow. It's like, that's not how that works, dude. Like, unless you're talking, maybe if you're talking to like someone who just is versed in improv comedy, you know, then like maybe. But if you go up to just like a comedian, that's not how their comedy shows work. They don't just come up with shit on the spot. They write that, you know?
yeah, they have
Yeah,
like
you
a
need
routine. They have
something-
real.
Yeah. And like an improv person or like what we do, you need something to work off of. You need some kind of context. You could just say, tell me a joke. Then I'm just like, okay, you know, oh fuck. I ran into a bomb.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's all. All of that happens all at once.
It's true.
Okay, what's green and has helicopter blades? What? I need to know.
It's either a green helicopter or it's grass, and they didn't mean to say helicopter.
Oh, you lied about the helicopter blades. God damn it.
What was it?
Grass. They said they lied about the helicopter blades.
I knew it. I was right.
You're smart. You're smart. We're so well versed in comedy. You just...
We are. I just almost died at the very start. It would have been embarrassing.
Honestly, it's fine.
Thank you.
It's fine. It's all for the comedy. He would have been like, I did that on purpose.
It's a speedrun strat. I'm manipulating the memory right now. RNG.
Hey Zoe, what's brown and sticky?
Stick.
Oh, look, comedy queen. Zoe got. Is there a a comedy queen on the horizon?
That's not a valid alt name. It'd be Zoe Funny Queen.
Zoe Funny Queen. There we go.
Also, they're
It's
not
just
all.
you in front of a brick wall.
Okay. Just exact same. Oh, that's fun. Ooh. How do I leave? Oh, like this. Crimson Flasher, thank you very much for subscribing. Yay! Thank you.
Egg.
Tell me a joke. Your understanding of how comedy works is kind of a joke unto itself. How about a
Got
joke?
'em.
You serious? You gotta give me something to work with. Usually gets a humble chuckle. That's pretty good, actually. I like that.
That's smart.
It is, yeah. Alright, so that was that game. Also, there was Egg, which is from Crimson Flasher as well. Thank you. Oh! We play Flash games at 3 a.m. with the... Hold on. I'm not gonna do actual Dracula Flow voice because I can't do that, but I like doing these in Shadow's voice. Damn. We playing Flash games at 3 a.m. with the lights off. We burning ropes over the offs. We're biting bubble tanks in the bathtub. Smoking that improbability drive kush that made that guy tricky. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Improbability drive is from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. What's that got to do with Flash games? Let me do my Shadow voice. Damn. Well, yeah, because I always think about, damn, not here. And also, this is who I am. Like, that's how I get into the Shadow voice.
That's your.
Yeah, that's how I do it.
God. You sent me the Shadow the Hedgehog. Wait, no, you didn't. Sorry. My friend Sam did. And every time I think of you playing Shadow the Hedgehog, I think of I'm at Aldi.
Yeah, dude! He's at Aldi! We're all at Aldi together!
I am at Aldi.
I am
passed
at
by-
Aldi!
I passed by one with my mom and I just could not stop laughing. She's like, what's so funny about Aldi? And I was like,
It's so good! I also cannot think of Aldi without thinking about Shadow going to Aldi. I also love that I called the final Shadow the Hedgehog stream like one last trip to Aldi.
yes.
It's good.
Yes.
Alright, let's do bubble tanks next. So will this look normal? Yes, actually, it does look like it looks normal.
Yeah, I don't think Aldi closed down. I was by one like yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Maybe yours closed down, but others did not. I don't think.
Yeah. Loss. Ooh. Okay.
So, bubble tanks 2. Wait, wasn't there a 3? Hold on a second. Did I get the wrong one? Wait, maybe here? They all closed down today at 6 p.m. today. Tragic. That is so sad.
No.
Ow. Yeah, there's three.
Shadowrun's job.
Oh, they even make tower defense games. And oh yeah, arenas. I forgot about that. But anyway, we'll play 3 instead, because 3 is yes, a higher number than 2. Had to make sure.
Oh my god.
No, that was a joke. I was playing it up a little bit that time. Usually I don't with numbers, but that time I did as a joke.
Okay, funny queen.
Would you believe me that I actually do have an alt that I want to make that is called Funny Queen? And I'm not going to tell you what the gimmick is.
I'm excited. I'm excited for the mystery.
Alright, so. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Absolutely, dude. You got it. So Bubble Tanks is a game where you make tanks out of bubbles. It's kind of like the Spore Cell phase, but better, or at least more complicated. I guess it's debatable whether or not it's better. But yeah, you make your own tanks and then you shoot stuff. And I remember being very invested in it. Select tanks to all, motherfucker. Let's do it. Use ASD keys to move. WASD. I thought the W was a crown that they had put on ASD for some reason.
Royalty. The S is royalty.
I'm just so crown pilled, you know?
Clearly.
To move, user must aim, hold to shoot. Pew, 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 pew. Try moving outside this bubble. Woo! Ow. So these don't have any guns, so I think they only hurt when they collide with us. I remember how, or I rather didn't remember, I forgot how like chill the music was.
I was just about to say, like, this is nice. It feels like I'm on hold for, like, the chillest thing in the entire world.
You're right. We're on hold for Margaritaville, dude.
Oh. Cannot wait. Funny thing you mentioned Margaritaville.
What's up?
When I went to visit my mom, she went to, like, a campsite, like a Margaritaville campsite, and she was showing me all her photos from it.
Nice.
She was real happy.
Did she have fun?
She had fun, but the only problem was they were there the day Jimmy Buffett died.
Oh no!
So it was fun, and then it got like it was a party. They had a party
about it.
They had a part. Well, it was like oh, we're celebrating him kind of deal. So everyone just got like a little bit like
alright, okay.
Yeah.
They had a party about it.
Yeah.
That'd be very fucked. Turns out everybody there actually hated him, and they were only there out of spite.
Imagine giving Jimmy Buffett money because you just despise him so much.
A lot of people do stuff like that, and they're idiots. Like, you know, like far right shitheads when during Pride Month. When some company, when EA is just like, or fucking some shoe company is like, we support the gays for now. And then everyone's like, well, I'm buying your products and burning them and tearing them apart on video. And yeah, you bought it though.
Yeah, man, thanks.
You know? So that's the thing that definitely happens. Oh, wait. All right, so either we can pick one of these existing upgrades, or we can edit a tank. Also, I'm gonna see what happens with it. Whoa!
Ooh!
That's no good. That's no good on stream. Although I think maybe... Okay, if I just go over here, and oops, wrong one. Okay, now it's fine. Now we're good. Now it's higher resolution. Resolution, you can read more.
Yay!
The low quality sounds, the 4:3 aspect ratio, the chill music. Feels like home. Right?
Yeah.
So nice. The chillest thing, Margaritaville. Eddie Burbank would like a word. Listen, in concept, you know? In concept, Margaritaville is supposed to be really, really chill. And I feel like if you go to 1 instead of all, I feel like it's still gonna be pretty chill. I know a spin-off of this game where it was a tower defense. I don't know. Remember playing it on Cool Math Games. Wait, Cool Math Games is real? I thought
Wait,
someone
what?
said that earlier as like a joke. You know, like ha ha ha. You know, because it's like a bunch of math games. I'm Dutch, so I didn't use the same sites as you guys probably, except for Newgrounds and Congregate, of course. Damn, Cool Math Games is real. That's insane. I remember that time
know
someone
that
who hated
either.
Rosaline. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it would be real. I remember that time someone who hated Rosaline bought a fuck ton of her amiibo. What a time. Yeah, that happened. That was funny. I'm just noticing like the bubble. The bubble that's like going behind me and stuff. In general, people that just like buy a bunch of her products and to spite it are just fucking stupid. Like, what are you gonna do with them? Are you gonna dump them? Are you gonna scalp them? Like you hate it, so you... But you bought it though. Like you're
Yeah.
the people that made it don't fucking care where the money comes from. You
No,
know?
they really don't.
Anyway. It's real. It was not blocked on the school Wi-Fi. No, of course not, because it has math in the name. That's why they put math in the name, dude. So schools would see the math and be like, oh no, we don't have to block that one. They think math is cool, you know? It's genius. And then it's all like all the really violent Newground games and stuff, you know? And also Bubble Tanks. It's perfect.
Oh, that's smart.
Very smart. Anyway, so you can either pick one of these two pre-built upgrades, or you can edit your current tank. Welcome to Tank Editor / Creator, which I don't know why that's... Sure.
Yeah.
You can switch between section tabs to view which paths are currently available for you to use during tank creation. Why is the text pixel art now? I don't think it was before. It's kind of weird. Doesn't fit the aesthetic of the game. Anyway.
Yeah.
This is instantly just so much. For like a little Flash game, this is insane, you know? You can switch between section tabs to view which parts are currently available for you. Drag a tank part. Oh my god, the low resolution little JPEGs. It's so good.
This is delightful.
I know, right? Drag a tank part from this box onto the stage with your mouse. Your current building restrictions are displayed and updated as you add new parts to the stage. You can arrange, align, and remove with ease using these buttons. You can toggle symmetric mode on and off for easy editing. You can scale and rotate parts using these sliders. It's so much! But it's so good though. Okay,
This
let's
like
see.
has the itch of the gummy ship building in Kingdom Hearts.
It does, it does.
Yeah.
You're
I
so
like
right
this.
about that. Okay, let's see. Give me medium. We're gonna make some fists.
I expect nothing else. Oh,
Oh, are we
is that
full?
it?
Oh, I think we have to stay within these circles
Okay.
for now. Until we level up more.
Okay.
That makes sense. Then can I have a larger? No, okay. Although we can still scale with the sliders, so I'll try that. Damn it! Dang it! Okay, that big. Alright. Then let's see. We have only primary cannon, but can we have more cannon? No, not enough gun points. Oh, we can have. Okay, wait. In that case, so we can have 2 guns. Whoa, no.
Oh.
Wait, undo. How do I take the gun off? Oh,
Undo
that.
last?
Okay, I did it.
Okay.
And then there we go.
Yeah.
Now we've got our little arm cannons. Pew pew pew.
Pew 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 pew. Pew pew pew.
And then can we get some little eyes? Yay!
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Punch him. Oh wait, that's okay. Zoe. Punch him. Oh. Okay, well, everybody copy paste this text. Like, type this text into a text file right now, and then you can also have Punch him Mark 1 in your own game.
Worth it.
Can I share it online? Yeah, man. Never mind. The servers are down.
Oh.
A problem that I've just realized is that we no longer just shoot directly in front of us, so aiming is a little harder.
Yeah. But you look cool.
We look cool. Let's see, this way? We can email our friends tanks. Forget bombs. Just send them a whole tank.
Just imagine, you know, all the like chainmail. Just use sending your tank to all of your email contacts. Like, hey, check this out. I think you'll like it.
I'm just also imagining, like, yeah, I need you to sign for this enormous thing that's bigger than the van that I'm delivering packages in.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't see what it is yet. It's like wrapped. I'm just imagining, like, the whole thing is wrapped, but the cannon is individually wrapped. So it is just it's just sort of like a vague tank-ish shape, and then it does have the entire cannon coming out of it.
Like,
I wonder what this...
Zoe get me.
Happy birthday!
Looks like a cannon.
Maybe a bike?
It's gotta be a bike. She's Dutch. She loves bikes.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Oh wait, I realized, I was thinking, like, why aren't we fighting anything that has guns also, but I think it's because we're staying too close to the starting point.
I think so.
Which I was doing specifically because I was just like, ooh, let's clear out everything, you know?
Yeah, level up.
Yeah, but we're getting so few bubbles from these. I hope it's... Oh, God!
Oh, there we go.
Oh, shit.
Now you get your wish.
Oh, God. This is really hard to aim at these things. Oh,
Yeah.
curse the fun design of the punch him.
Hey, maybe make your face a gun.
Yeah, I'll do that next. Once we level up, I'll make the face a gun.
Punch him, gun face.
Oh, shit. We done been gooped.
Oh no. Oh.
We'll be okay. Ow, fuck. Although the goop doesn't seem to hurt us.
Just slows us down.
Yeah,
That's fine.
that's easy. Oh, right. When you pop everything in a bubble, all of the remaining collectible bubbles, like, are drawn to you. That's convenient.
Ooh, nice.
Kill you before you use your fucking... Dang it. Oh, wait. Do we, like... Does our damage... The second damage is, like, decrease our collected bubbles? So like it just undoes our progress? Question mark?
So just punish it?
Like does that also function as our health? Maybe? Because we definitely did get hit by some of those rockets, and I didn't see like a health bar pop up. I don't think, but I did see our.
I think it is your progress. Yeah.
Yeah, right? That one looked kind of like a turtle. Bye. Did that one just fly into...
Oh, just left.
Alright, let's see. Okay, now we can have a third gun. Oh wait, this requires 2 gun points, so... If we were to delete this... then we could have... Sticky Birds or Seekers. Fire Seekers which hunt enemies. That does sound good. But then we don't have... Wait, can we have this? No, we need 1 more gun point. That one said I don't want a bubble tank anymore. Yeah, I just swam into the edge of the bubble and died. How sad.
Get me out.
I don't want. Okay, well for the time being we'll just get these here back and then put one in the middle as well. Could even rotate this just a little bit inward. And let's see. Anything else we want to change? We could have tails and shit.
Oh.
That's kind of fun. I think that's fun. Passives, I don't know, those unlocked yet. You have shields. Your gunpoint limit went up? Wait, it went up? It just did, what? Wait, is it because we
Have a
added
tail?
more things? Is our gun points determined by our complexity? I assumed it was determined by our level.
Like area just to put a gun?
Oh wait, yeah, okay. When we add things, our class goes up also. And our max class currently is
Okay.
3. Okay. Interesting. Well, in that case, we can get rid of these and add some other stuff to it.
Ooh.
Let's see, 2 parallel, 3 spread. Let's do 3 spread. None of what? Oh, we have to get rid of this also. Well, that's fine. There we go. Those kind of look like little fingers or something, you know. And
cute.
now, yeah. God, this is so much. There's so much to so many mechanics here to play with. Let's see.
Yeah,
if I
it's kind
had,
of like pawsies. You got little paw pads.
yeah. And we got little paw pads. How cute.
Show toe beans.
Shoto beans.
Show toe beans.
Look at this creature that we're creating. This is so delightful.
Aw, yeah, the Mew Mew blaster. Just like, you get the Mew Mew, you get the Pew Pew. Just.
Yeah. Okay, I'll make this a nose, and then we'll add. Wait, no, we'll make it light bubbles or dark
Okay.
bubbles. Let's see. I'll make light
Oh.
ones. I think the light ones are gonna be easiest to see.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
What a fucking creature!
It's perfect. It's perfect.
It's so perfect. And yeah, like we have like an extra circle that we can work with now.
Mm-hmm. So nice.
Yeah. Which it does mean that we have to like start making a bigger creature eventually if we want to have more guns.
The evolved version.
Whoa. This bubble gets big. Hold on. These bubbles fill up with air and then shoot it out. Now if only we knew what they were good for. Apparently they're nothing. They don't do anything. They are purely decorative.
They're just fun.
Yep. I don't really want to change our beautiful creation that we've created.
Yeah.
They're perfect the way they are.
Why mess of perfection?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Do it. No, this is better. Okay. Zoe!
Yes.
It's still punch him. I think. Whoa, now we can kill stuff real good. Oh, next evolution 4 fists. That would work.
Ooh! I'm just at a serotonin. I'm just looking at this thing just glide around. I'm like, yeah, go.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, you keep killing.
Punch him can kill whatever they want. I trust them.
Nier just should have been this.
What did you say?
Nier Automata should have just been this.
You're right. Like, listen, Nier had a nice story and whatever, but I definitely would have cared more about it if this was the protagonist. And also
Yeah, I
the
don't care about
gameplay.
Scooby.
No.
Just my little guy. I just hope they do him well.
I need my little guy, you know? I don't need like sexy robot, I need little guy.
I need a little guy who's just killing bubbles
Yeah.
and upgrading.
And you can still have the
That's
existentialism and all that, but just in a different frame, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, make him make some fucked up moral choices. You know? I'm not gonna spoil the game, but like
No,
make some,
don't,
there,
but-
that's the near the circle.
The idea that Punch him has to do that. It's really funny. God, we're so fucking strong now. Nothing will ever destroy us, maybe.
Yeah, Punchin can do no wrong, and that's what makes him perfect.
That's what makes him such a compelling protagonist, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, he has no flaws, so I think that's whatever story he's gonna tell is gonna be riveting.
No matter the choice that Punch-Him makes, it's always gonna be the morally correct one in the eyes of the story.
Yeah. It'll never end up bad for Punch-Him.
It'll only ever end up so awesome. Even this shit kind of
And also,
go on.
just this music, just the soundtrack. You don't need any of the beautiful music from the Nier series. Just this.
I feel like all the music in Nier is just kind of way too dramatic, you know? I can't vibe to any of that music. We can edit again. Okay, 2 more guns.
There's some very good remixes from Nier Replicant I really, really liked. They're like very dancey and fun.
Ooh, nice. Is the Replicants like soundtrack different than the original Nier OST?
I have not played the OG Nier OST, so I cannot speak to that. Someone else probably can.
Okay. I'd like to know because I really like the original soundtrack. Punch him! You bubbled a child! Awesome! That's why you're the best!
Punch-Him had reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. The child was gonna,
The child was a ghost already, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
It was a ghost by choice.
It was a ghost by choice.
Oh no!
No. Not in that way. It drank become a ghost potion.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Punchum solved the trolley problem. Punchum would blow bubbles at the trolley and it would stop.
Yeah. Yeah, Punchum's just so smart.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's give Punchum a bigger body because Punchum needs more
Wait, did that
space.
happen at Monster High? Someone just drink a I'm a ghost now potion?
Really?
I don't I'm
haven't
about Monster
watched-
High lore.
I haven't
No,
watched
too.
enough of the new Monster High yet.
All I know is Draculaura, who's a vampire vegetarian, and I think that's cute.
Mm-hmm.
I like her style.
I like the character designs, and I like Frankie a lot. They're awesome.
Oh, Frankie's cool.
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
It's a powder, just ghost powder.
It's powder.
What? Do I just like spray it on me and just?
Is it permanent?
Yeah.
Or do you have to like keep
if I
doing
put
it?
ghost powder, yeah, it's permanent. So if I put some ghost powder on, or someone just throws it at me, and I come home, my family's like, "Hey, ooh,
I got a doorbell ring. I don't really know why, but I'm gonna be right back, everyone.
okay, hi everyone. Can you tell me about Monster High lore while Zoe Gauntlet Queen's gone?" They have other monster powders, so you can just turn to a ghost. You can just turn back to a different. Okay, so like, what's the coolest monster to turn into in the Monster High universe? Is it like a banshee? Is it a werewolf? Yeah, this is my stream now. Hi everyone. I'm Aohel, Gauntlet Queen. There's a SpongeBob episode about putting on ghost powder? I need to get in. I need to get into the Monster High lore universe. We're here. You missed. You missed. I saw you try to throw that U-bot. You can't hit me. I'm invincible. Can monster, because you can't die, you have electric powers? So I'd be like Electabuzz. But like a cool, fashionable teen. You can't hit me. Nice try. Nice try. You can't hit me. I'm invincible. They have Ghost School? Is Ghost School better than normal school? Also, hi Sam, we got too many games. We got games! Hi Zoe, welcome back. Hi, did you get a delivery? Ah. Zooming in on nothing.
I got inline skates because I want to start doing that again.
Oh, yeah, that rules.
So I'm excited for that. But not now. We got bubbles to tank. Anyway, what you been talking about?
I asked him to tell me about Monster High.
Nice.
I said, sell me on this. I've been sold, so.
Damn, I guess we have to watch that now.
Yeah, we have to watch Monster High.
Sorry, Amphibia.
After Amphibia. Yeah.
Oh, whoa, it did all guns. Hold on. Okay, there we go.
Wait, you're just a gun? No. You're just like a Digimon.
Yeah. And we can have one more gun on the back. There.
Yay. Oh. I always got my back. Literally, because there's a gun attached to it.
But yeah, I watched oh, we are a big fucking target now though. That I did not consider that part. I watched some episodes of the new Monster High show, and I certainly enjoyed it. I do feel that it is no longer the sort of show that I'm into, because it's
That's
not
fair.
really about like an ongoing plot or anything. At least as far as I'd watched, and that is just kind of like what I enjoy watching more nowadays. Where it's like, ooh, I wonder what this is gonna lead to, and it's just sort of like, ooh, I wonder what sort of one-time hijinks the gang will get up to now, and it's like, not fun, but when that's all it is, you know. But it's purely a me thing,
Yeah.
you know. Like I thought the show was quite nice. I like the characters a lot. I like the writing. It's good.
I feel it. Sometimes shows evolve in certain ways. You're like, you know what? I'm not the audience for this anymore, and that's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that's a nice thing to realize instead of being like, this show sucks, you know, blah blah. Yeah. I mean, sometimes the show can turn bad for different reasons,
Yeah.
but
Also true.
you know. But
Also,
I like that approach to it.
sorry, I was gonna say, speaking of things that I'm not the audience for, I want to watch the new Trolls movie. I want to see those character the Betty Spaghetti characters.
It looks cute.
I really like the first two Trolls movies. Like actually, I think they're quite fun.
I'm hoping. I know you know this movie, the Puss in Boots movie that came out like last
Of
year.
course,
That's
The
like
Last Wish,
irrationally way too good than it like. I wasn't expecting it because I thought people were joking. They're like, "Oh yeah, new Puss in Boots is like is real good," and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's funny."
Sure.
I'm hoping.
Yeah,
Could be like that. You never know.
maybe. Yeah.
Maybe just hopeful optimism. But I came in with like zero expectations for Puss in Boots.
I'd seen trailers and stuff, so I was already like, oh my god, this style is so good. And I'm a really big Shrek fan, so I was gonna watch it either way, you know?
Same. And then it was
God,
like,
it's
hey,
amazing.
new Shrek coming.
New Shrek.
New Shrek.
New Shrek. I'm very excited to see new Shrek.
Me too. Wait, what is there a fourth Shrek movie? Shrek 4?
Yeah, Shrek Forever After.
I haven't seen this.
Dude, we should watch Shrek Forever After. It's quite good.
Yeah.
So we should watch
I'm
it.
so excited. This is the best day of my life.
All right, everybody, the stream is ending because I have an opportunity to watch Shrek, so I have to do it now.
Yo.
Just kidding, of course, we're not gonna do that. I mean, we are, just not right now.
Yeah.
And I
The
have to
tagline is
focus
go
on my
ahead.
fucking voice. Sorry, go on.
yeah. The tagline for Shrek 4 is "It ain't ogre till it's ogre." Oh.
It's such a good movie. It's genuinely, I really like Shrek 4. It's like, my rating is Shrek 2, no, yes, Shrek 2, Shrek 1, Shrek 4, Shrek 3. Or if you want to get real specific, it is Shrek 1, no, it is Shrek 2, it is Shrek 1, it is, no. Okay, if, fuck, my brain is dumb.
Okay.
I can't make my fucking joke. Shrek 2. Actually, no. It's, now I'm just correcting myself. This is not me fucking up my joke. This is just me altering my joke. It is Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, Shrek 2, Shrek 1, and then Shrek Forever After, then the original Puss in Boots, and then it's Shrek the Third.
Egg.
Ow, also. Jody! And also some other folks whose
Jody!
eggs I missed. First we have Sekwar, then Akai, and then Ninelo. And of course, if you want to be really, really specific, I'd also have to put Shrek the Halls and Shrekmas in there, but I'm not gonna, because I don't know, I haven't watched those enough to have a proper opinion on them
So-
comparable to the others.
My experience with Shrek Halls, I didn't actually know that's real. I thought it was an ice exhibit.
Ow. That's
No, I'm
good.
dead serious.
No, I believe you.
There's this place in Florida that does different like ice exhibits every year. This year I went, it was Peanuts, and it was amazing, very cute. I saw so many Snoopies. I got to see actual Snoopy.
Amazing Israel.
I'm 31 and I almost pushed a kid over to go hug Snoopy. I was so hyped. I was like,
Hell, you can do that.
I didn't. It was just, I was very
Okay,
close.
okay, all right. As long as you didn't.
I didn't incite violence in Florida, I promise.
Oh my god. Oh, that's amazing.
But they had a Shrek exhibit many years ago, and it's the most haunting thing you'll ever see in your life. I'll have to send you a picture. Shrek the Halls, Gaylord Palms.
Gay?
Okay. Gaylord, yeah, I went to Gaylord Palms.
Nice.
I went to the motherland.
Nice.
This was at the Gaylord.
That's fantastic.
I almost sent this to the wrong person. And
Oh my god!
yeah.
Jesus Christ. That is scary
I have
looking.
Yeah, the Peanuts one's very cute, very adorable. The Shrek one's genuinely upsetting to look at.
A
I'm
little
gonna send
bit.
you Dragon.
Oh my god, no. Okay, okay. Chad, here is Shrek. As a Shreksicle. Okay, that one's not that bad. I think the dragon works better.
Okay, now I have to show you the babies.
Oh god, no.
Like the babies.
Oh.
Okay, one more.
Oh no, and Puss.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. I mean,
trying to
making
find
ice sculptures
one.
isn't easy. But
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna show you the Peanuts one so you can have a comparison of like the quality gets upped.
Jesus Christ, look at the babies, Chad. They're very, very frightening. I mean,
This
they
is the
are
one I went
also
to.
frightening. Oh, that's delightful.
Yeah, it's very cute.
This one's very nice.
Yeah.
God, this music is so fucking. This is so vibes.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm just making you put ice sculptures on your screen. But yeah, that's a comparison of like quality of like they get better.
They do, yeah. No, the peanut one is very
but the
nice.
Peanuts- It was so cute. It was so well done. There was an ice slide that's like 2 stories tall that you get to go down.
Nice. That rules.
It was really fun. Yes.
I mean, yeah, it is easier to translate peanuts into ice, of course, because they have much simpler shapes and all that. And they're not gonna look weird as quickly anyway because they don't have a realistic art style.
Exactly. Yeah.
Do you know that-
this is a. What?
Go on. No, go on.
Oh, I was just saying that yeah, this was a much more nicer looking. They also didn't put eyelashes
Yeah.
on all of yeah.
Again,
Yeah.
the eyelashes weren't made of ice, I assume, were they?
No, those look like
Yeah.
they're like paper craft.
Makes sense. I'm also I'm reminded because we're talking about.
Ow! Oh,
I'm also reminded of a comic I saw. It's been making rounds online. I'm sure a lot of people have seen it. Where it's like the panel of Charlie Brown like kicking the football, and she's like, "Ah, no," and he's like, "Oh," and he flies in the air, and he's like, "Oh no," you know. But then he just keeps flying upwards.
It just never stops.
He's like, yes, it's finally happening. I'm going to take my right hand at God's side as always intended. This is the reward for all of my suffering. This is my reward. As he just flies into heaven. It's just.
I love it.
It's so fucking funny.
That's very delightful.
Uh-huh. Okay, let's see.
I'm gonna grab some coffee. I'll be like 2 seconds, so BRB.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay, wait, maybe if we can up the class one more, then we can get 11, and then we can have two point worth guns, one on each second arm. Please tell me it cut away to him on the ground. No, that's just how it ends. The last panel, like, it's just, the first panel is him starting to fly up. Second panel is him going, yes, it's finally happening. Third panel is him saying, I'm gonna go meet God. And then the third panel, or the fourth panel, the last panel, is him being like, this is my reward. That's just how it ends. And it's awesome.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I have caffeine. I'm excited.
Nice. So excited to have caffeine.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. I wanna... Hold on, can I... move? There we go. If I make this bigger, it doesn't... Oh, that doesn't, like, count for our class. Does it?
No.
It does!
Ooh!
In that case, we can have a big... oh. We can have a big... Tit. Your parts require... My parts require a smaller class? Wait,
What?
they have a maximum class that they can be?
That's weird.
Does it say smaller?
That's very complex for a...
Your parts require a smaller class. Also, why did the guns get bigger? I didn't have those selected, I don't think. It's not perfect, chat. What if you were about to go into heaven, but God lifted up the pearly gates and you fell?
That'd be me. It's so dark, so bullshit just fall off an edge. Just like, ah, shit.
No. It's like it's Peanuts. It's Charlie Brown kicking the football.
Oh,
It goes up to
no.
heaven, but then like God lifts up that pearly gates and he falls.
Oh, it just goes like, oh, brother. Good grief.
Good grief.
Good
The
grief.
only thing that I've ever seen of Charlie Brown is the CGI movie, but it's a very nice one.
It's cute.
It's so cute. Because it wasn't a thing. Apparently it had been a thing before I came around. My parents watched it, and my dad remembered all the character names, but it wasn't a thing anymore by the time that I, like, watched cartoons and stuff, so I only ever saw
Interesting.
Snoopy.
Yeah, they played a lot of the holiday specials. Like that was very, very common. Was I think my first encounter with Snoopy was the like Great Pumpkin Patch one, the Great Pumpkin, whatever the Halloween one was. It's really cute.
It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown,
yes.
or something like that.
Yep, you got it.
Yeah, I win.
I like here's like it's not a thing here, but here's the title.
Here's the title, which I know, even though I've never seen it.
It's cute.
I should watch more Charlie Brown stuff because it seems so delightful, and I really like the movie.
It's really cute. What was like the cartoons for when you're growing up? Was it like Miffy or?
Oh, Nine Kid. Well, sure, but like Miffy is something for toddlers.
Oh,
Like, yeah, there's no spoken dialogue or anything. It really is just
Okay.
for little kids, little kids. I would say, I mean, we had some of our own stuff. I think I've shown you. Have I shown you the Fabeltjes kant? Like it was those puppets and stuff, like little animals, and it was it's this guy.
I think you've talked about it. This guy?
I'm showing
Oh,
him
hi!
on my face.
That's really cute. Oh my god. I've never seen that before.
He's reading the Fabeltjeskrant, the newspaper that the show is about. This is my whistling face because it's a bird.
cute.
Even though this one's also a bird. This is oh, you know what? There was a very big show in the Netherlands, although it's not comparable in style or anything to the Peanuts. It's called Alfred Jodocus Kwak, and it is a show about an orphaned duck who is adopted by a mole, and he encounters Hitler a few times.
What?
Yeah, it's a show that is very much about real world issues, and takes it pretty seriously as well.
Okay.
It's very cool. You should look into it. It's very good.
Perfect. That sounds like the absolute opposite of Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball.
Yeah, there's a movie that Hitler is in Dragon Ball. I think it's Dragon Ball Z.
Oh wait,
And it's-
what?
Yeah, literally Trunks and Goten fight Hitler. That's like their little arc.
Huh? I do not know this, but now I want to know it.
Trunks, Gohan, Hitler.
I like
Yeah,
one more.
it was in the Dragon Ball Z movie. Yeah, Goten and Trunks. That's their first fusion ha, and they fight Hitler. I feel like I'm literally spewing, like I like it sounds like I'm losing my mind, but it's
Yeah,
real.
this sounds insane.
Yeah.
But also it sounds great, and I feel like I need to see it, and I can't believe that my Dragon Ball friend that I always watch Dragon Ball with hasn't informed me about this yet.
It's a very unhinged movie, if you could imagine. It's worth watching, because I think it's the first Super Saiyan reveal, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I watched that one.
Okay. I think it's the Goten Trunks first one.
We have so many more points now. What the hell? We have
Oh, whoa.
9, 10, 11, 12, 5 more
just, like,
points. What the
gone.
fuck? We can have a beam cannon. It's fuck, dude. And we can have a mine layer, rocket launcher, seeker flag, targets enemy seeker missiles with short range bursts. Oh, that's cool. Force field. I want to get a laser. Where's the laser? Beam cannon, here we go. With 1 point left.
Ooh.
Bullet Buster deflects enemy bullets. Enemy bullets stick to BB shells, allowing you to push them away from yourself. Bullet Buster is a lover, not a fighter. Says Bullet Buster, we're just a bunch of bubbles anyway. What's with all the violence? Mega Cannon!
Yeah.
Oh, but you must be 46 inches tall to use this cannon. It sounds good though. Can we use that? We can. Yo! Let's fucking go, dude. Punch him is gonna kill everything forever. Yo! Oh, we're slow now though.
You look like this.
What if you
You look like that.
I kinda do? Oh. Ooh, cannot move good at all.
Oh.
But apparently the Hitler thing was from the movie where Gogeta was first introduced, and people just remember Gogeta being in it, which is very
Yes.
funny.
Yes, yes,
like
it's the
Hitler, isn't
Gogeta
it?
one.
Is it just like
Yes.
Hitler? Or is it like their world equivalent of Hitler? Because they're
It's
on
like
Earth,
the,
but
I
their
think
Earth
it's
is
called
very
the
different.
Dictator,
Okay, but just looks like Hitler probably.
but it's looks pretty identical. But I think the name is different, but you know, you can guess the inspiration.
Yeah, you can fill in the blanks.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, Punch'em is basically like a Toho boss. I seem to recall there being like specific boss fights, but maybe I'm misremembering. Because I feel like we would have found one at this point, considering how massive we are.
Yeah. You're not really having much issue with like
No, not at
these
all.
little guys.
I do also feel like once you are like this, just like a big wall of guns. Like what left is there in the game, you know? Because
Oh, excuse me.
Because it's not like you can dodge or anything. You're too big for. Oh, Jesus Christ! Okay, this is different.
Oh, got inks.
Yeah. But yeah, like you can't dodge anything. You're way too fucking slow. You just have to destroy everything with all your guns that you have. And I did.
You just use hit gun button.
Yep.
Press gun to win.
I see that there are bullets coming from here. I will shoot my laser in that direction. I did it. I cleared the chamber.
Wow.
That's what the game is.
Look
I
at
think we're
you,
done.
gamer.
Oh. I feel like that might have been a boss, considering how big this bubble is.
Yeah. Where's the bosses? You're just like mowing over them. Like I don't know where they are. Just like an absolute Zoe gamer queen. Just
We just destroyed him while I was off screen. It's really funny.
just unceremonious death. Incredible.
Pretty sure most of the challenge in Bubble Tanks were the player-made tanks back when the servers were alive. Oh. Right, yeah.
Oh, whoa.
Because, yeah, you used to, like, share your tanks online and then on the database, you know, and then... Well, it's also very much like Spore, actually. Is that a healer?
Really? Wait,
because, like, in
Spore
Spore
you
you
can
would...
send...
Yeah, in Spore you
Go
could,
ahead,
you could, encounter other people's creatures in your worlds and on other planets and stuff. Which is, like, one of the coolest features of it. And I think that, like, stopped being a thing or something. Or you had to make an account and then I couldn't log into mine anymore or something, I don't remember. Anyway, I think we're, done with bubble tanks. I think we win, you know?
We won the tanks. Yeah.
Kills you.
Kills you! Kills you! Yay, I did it! Oh, you!
Boss incoming? Wrong. Punch him.
Punch'em says LOL die off screen.
And so Punch'em conquered the land and popped every bubble.
Good ending.
What a good game that was. Now, let's see. The best way to get different sport creatures nowadays is to literally just ask online. Yeah, it was cool because you could use... they were saved as PNGs. So you could literally just send PNGs online and then other people could download those PNGs and just put them in their creature folder and then get them. And somehow Spore would know what to do with them, which was very cool. I did not understand
That's
it at all
very
back then,
neat.
and I kind of still don't. How did that work? Space Junk, thank you very much for your egg. All right, let's see. What should we do next? So, what are we gonna say?
I just said egg.
Egg.
Eek.
Egg. Plus, when Galactic Adventures came out, it would auto-download the missing stuff, which meant you had more stuff to see. That's true. Man, Galactic Adventures was actually very cool. I very much enjoyed Galactic Adventures and the adventures that... Of all the streams on twitch.television, this is one of them. Gang, it warms my heart that you would say that about little me.
Egg.
Thank you. I never thought that anybody would say something so nice about my streets. Oh,
Egg.
thank you. But yeah, Vixie and all your viewers. Oh.
See?
I love an Italian food. It's me, I guess. Then the specific food is, of course, spaghetti bolognese. I mean, I do have a whole story about how much I love spaghetti bolognese for so long, so it's not completely wrong. And I know that's not the kind of food you're talking about, but that's the food I'm making it about. Out of spite. But Vixie and all your viewers, hello! Thank you so much for coming. I am currently broadcast queen, but always Zoe. I am an artist who make all my own assets and shit, and I'm a variety streamer. The variety today is a variety of Flash games. Also, down here we've got. Ow.
I'm a big Vixie Bombay fan, and I like Garfield and lasagna.
Yeah, ow. Yeah, it's true.
Look, you're about to squash me. That's why I laughed.
I wouldn't do that to you. No. That'd be mean.
Fine.
But yes, we are both members of RxD, just like Vixie, and we're also friendsies. And Vixie is so fucking cool and nice. Yes, Flesh games. We're playing body horror games. Yeah, yay, yippee, yahoo! We just finished playing Bubble Tanks 3, which is cool. And now we're gonna play. Let's play Junkbot.
Yeah.
Bam. Oh, also a sippy. And I have to do some eggies also. Oh no, he's doing the story. He's doing the story already. Hold on. You're not supposed to do the story yet. Okay, wait. I'll be able to play replay intro, so that's fine. I'll do the eggs first, which is a Vixie. Also, this is starting the third egg stack. Very nice. Trans Girl Trish. Ashley Miami. She-Burger. Space Junk, and I think I'm missing one actually at some point. Well, to whoever I missed your egg, I'm sorry, but here it is anyway.
Bonus egg.
Bonus egg. Alright, go over here, do this. Oop. Do this. Okay, not that. How do I? How do I? Come on. I wanna show Junkbot.
Show Junkbot. Please.
Please. Show Junkbot.
Please.
We need him. The world
Please
needs
respond.
him. I haven't shown you my Junkbot. Please respond.
Please respond.
This is the tune to me up to no. This is the tune to me up to no good in Gremlin mode. Hell yeah, dude. Love that for you. Okay, come on. Maybe it counts as a game. Hold on. Nope, not that. Nope. Game. Thank you. And then specific window. And then is it this one? Shit. Why is it not showing it? What's going on? What about this? Well, what about this? Okay, well, what about... nothing. What about this? What about... Wait, I can see it. Hold on a second. It should be showing it. Oh! There it is. Okay, I got it. It's very small.
Yay!
There we go. There's Junkbot. Cool. So, you might look at this and be like, hey, look, those are Lego bricks. That's correct. That's because Junkbot is a Lego game, if you didn't know. Now, let us all come together and make sure I'm streaming this to hell. Nope, not out of stars. There we go. No.
The music.
Yeah, right? Now let's all come together and learn the story of Junkbot. No more trash, no more junk. This is also the story of an aspect of the Efteling.
You're not wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Eat the factory!
Eat the factory!
Yeah!
So that's the story, now we know. Let's go! Now, as you can see, it says Lego. This is an official Lego game. This is a Lego stream. I hope you guys enjoy. I'm gonna turn down the volume on Junkbot. Chad, you guys gotta remind me if I forget to do it and it becomes relevant on any of these. Ooh! Woo!
Yahoo! Yippee!
Yahoo! Yippee! Thank you very much, Esteemed Jester, for your subscription. Thank you. This is what I wanted to see. I know, this is what a lot of people were very excited about. So, we have to move the bricks so that Junkbot can get to the trash to eat it. I mean, the junk. I fucking love Junkbot's face. It's so good.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Art in the lobby. I like the art up here. It's fun.
Cute.
Now you might be tempted to start fucking around with the art up here. You shouldn't do that, because then you don't get gold on this level. You do that by getting as few moves as possible. Let's see, put this here, this here, and this here.
Oh!
There we go.
That's cute.
Mm-hmm. I could probably like do like an entire stream of just like Lego Flash games. There were a lot of those. I remember the Johnny Thunder one, where it was like a puzzle platformer where you had to switch between playing the 3 characters.
Wait, who's Johnny Thunder?
He's like the
Oh yeah.
Indiana Jones type character.
Oh, okay. Oh, I understand.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Okay, so this one's dangerous because if Junkbot steps on these heated pads, he will fucking die. And that's bad. But we can't tell him to not move, so we have to be quick about when we do this. There we go. Dang it. This always happens to me. Ah, fuck. Now we don't get the gold. Oh well. The Torrent Quest, for example, yeah. I also would love to play the, what's it called again? Lego, no, Alpha Team. I'd love to play the Lego Alpha Team game on stream at some point, because I remember really liking it back in the day, but I have heard like one person talk about it, and they didn't care for it since then. Nobody knows of that game's existence anymore, I feel, but it's special to me. A little bit. It's not that special. I think literally one set, but I liked the game a lot.
game.
That's also a puzzle game. Shoutouts to the Ninjago one that was so much of a Battle Network ripoff that there were literally Mega Man X Mega Man X EXE? Mega Man EXE sprites in the FLA file. Holy shit! That's really funny. How'd they get away with that? That was an easy one. Wait, 2 or fewer?
Yeah.
What? Hold on, how are you supposed to get 2 or fewer on this? Hold on. Oh, I know. Oh, maybe.
Okay. Oh.
No, shit.
Oh.
hold on. I can do it. Right, like this. Ah, clever. Very nice.
Yeah.
Mm,
Go
hurry
get
up.
your trash.
Go get your treats.
That's for you.
Mm-hmm. This shit's special to me, man. Lego Backlot and World Creator, my beloveds. I only know about Lego Backlot. I don't know about what World Creator is, and I never played Backlot back in the day, sadly.
The only one I played
Yeah?
was Lego Island.
Fuck yeah, dude. I love Lego Island. I already streamed that one, though.
Lego Island.
But yeah, Lego
You
Island.
streamed Lego Island?
I streamed Lego Island, yes.
Oh my god.
It was awesome. Let's see. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. It's where I got down bed for a Lego lady and also got scared by a Lego skeleton. It was a very
emotional roller coaster.
yeah. It was one fucking hell of a stream.
You just expressed like the range of human emotions.
Yeah. If ever said, hi Sid, how are you? This got a funky beat, yeah, dude. The music in this game is awesome. The power of Girl Crush, but also Girl Scared. That's what it was. No, what? No.
Oh.
I think if you like hold down.
Yeah.
Or, wait, hold on. No, whatever. I don't know. And hello, Dragon Cap Man, enjoy your lurk.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, if I then put this here. Okay. And I don't know how you would do this in 10 or less, but we did it in any case, or we're about to. There we go.
Did it.
We did it. That's also like I think good about this game is that it's for kids, you know. And so it's pretty easy to just beat every level because you can just keep moving the blocks around and stuff and build a structure. But it's like if you want more of a challenge and you're a little older or smart, then you can go for like the gold in every level, you know?
Yeah, I like that where you're not stuck one way.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I remember this one. Move. There you go. And then, check it out. Because Junkbot can't get water on him because he'll get electrocuted. So we move the thing. No, shit!
Oh!
Okay, in that case... Can I just... Hold on. I'm gonna be really convoluted about this. This accomplished fucking nothing.
Yeah. you just had fun, that's all.
Yep. Okay, go. And then do this.
Yeah.
Yay!
Oh yeah, it's so good.
It's so cute. Ooh. I like the music here.
I think the music has changed. Wait, did the music change? I don't know. Okay, what are we doing here?
Well, the intro did.
5 or fewer. So could we just do this? Yeah, that's it. That's what you have to do.
Yeah.
That's very funny. Okay, don't touch the gearbots. I wonder what they mean by that. Let's see. Could I just... If I do... No, that's not... No. But wait, what if I... Do you think I could capture both of them under the stairs like this?
Yeah, I don't see why not. No? Wait.
We just have to wait for the right timing,
Yeah.
which will surely happen eventually.
Yeah, easy. Boop.
It'll
did it,
happen. We'll get there,
It'll
Chad.
happen.
Don't worry.
We'll get there.
This is like
Trying to wait for the Yeah.
yeah, it is. Alright, no. Let's try again. So let's see. I'm awesome.
Yeah. Back in lines.
Thank you.
Well, now I have to go over the gold anyway, but whatever.
It's fine.
It's whatever.
I got that trash.
Oh yeah. Oh, and now we've unlocked building 2. It must just have been so fun to build these levels as well, you know?
It
Just
just
fuck
seems
around with
like
Lego bricks.
delightful.
Right. Ooh. Wait, hold on. Could I just... Because I can take from these blocks as well, right? Some. Okay, wait. So 5 or fewer. And I can... Wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Alright, okay. And then... I put this here. And I put... this... here, and... Wait. Okay, wait, okay. I'm going to move this. Then... Put this here, and put this here. No, Jackpot! No!
Why me? Why me?
I didn't mean to.
Why me?
What have I done?
Why me? That's the why me is it hurts. That hurts. That hurts.
Why me? Why him? Why couldn't it have been
How
me?
could this happen to me?
How could this happen to Jackpot?
So we made a mistake. The night goes on.
That's not yippee at all, Birdflux. How could you say this? How could you? Oh. Just some trans gold. Thank you very much for the egg. Did I miss another egg at some point? Oh, I missed Sid's egg. Thank you, Sid. Okay, let's see. Oh. Cadence Argent, thank you as well. There we go. The memory doesn't earth it. I used to play this game all the time as a kid. Yeah, me too. That's why we're playing it now. Okay. I'm going to do this. I guess I'll just do this. And this. And that's it. And then we're done.
Yay!
I don't know why I like... It doesn't... I had like my head fixated on like, oh, I should use small bricks from down here, but no, I don't. It doesn't matter how big the bricks are that you use. It just matters how many of them you use. Moving on up.
Exactly.
Okay.
Oh.
I feel like if I looked at this as a kid, I would be like, I don't get this. Because that's kind of what I'm feeling right now. Okay, let's take it easy.
Okay.
Stairs.
Uh-huh.
And... oh, that was easy. Wait, no, it's not. We're not done. Okay, wait.
Can you grab one?
Oh, yeah, wait. Let's try that instead. 3 or fewer? How are you supposed to do this with 3 or fewer?
You only can grab a stack, yeah? Or
Yeah, I can grab a stack like this. Okay, hold on.
Can you grab the yellow one?
Yeah?
Whoa! Okay, wait. No, fuck. Okay, maybe grab the yellow one and put it there. Like
Here?
there. Yes, for him to go up.
Oh, wait, one
And
is enough
then-
for him to go up. Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, we can do this, this, and then one. Damn, good job. So smart.
Wow!
Wow. You're just so smart.
I did it! I did it! Oh my god.
Yay! And hello, Puzzle Pulsar.
Yay.
Welcome.
Hey!
Thank you for the sippy. Next level. Okay, a bridge. That seems like it'd be pretty easy.
3 moves or fewer.
Done.
Easy.
Easy peasy.
Easy.
Trash can. Whoa, shit.
Ooh.
Got your mother. E. Speaking of bangers, yeah. It is 9 p.m. my time, which means we're going to take a 20 or so minute break, during which I will do my Ester Gel. During this time, we will play some nice music, and if you guys have any medicine that you have to take, please remember to do so. Remember to stay hydrated, get some snackies and stretch your leggies. Hell, do you want to say anything before we go?
I really hope all of you give Zoe $10.
No, that's okay. That's okay. You don't have to listen to her. Only donate if you want to, and I can afford it, Chad. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
It's okay.
If you can afford it and swing it, maybe. Or if you want to, that's
you
also
want
the
to.
other one.
Yes. Just people at home like, fuck, I guess I have to now. God damn it.
It's rent or this.
And
My
the
rent
funny
is $10.
the funny Garfield, God damn, that's fucking good. Where do you live? A cardboard box in the alleyway?
Yeah.
Damn.
Good view. Yeah.
Yeah, this is good for people watching. But yeah, so we're gonna take a little break and then we'll do. I think we'll play until the end of building one in Jungbot, and then we'll go play a different one because I want to play Madness Accelerant. It's extremely important that we play Madness Accelerant. But yeah, see you guys in 20 minutes. Bye, everyone. Bye, bye, bye.
遠い空まだ目で時が流れ沈む日が街の輪郭を描く永遠と思ってた未来などなく空虚な生活に突き刺すシャドウ覚えてるよ君の声を忘れないよ空の色も溢れてくよ水のごとく消えてゆくよその上ごとに椿の髪と星の声が集まり夜に熱くともにく重い雲も立ち巻き空降り注ぐ星々夜の裏に息づき湿った空気ぼんやり次の季節誘発16台のラジオが吹く時も後は忘れて4次元体にまる鉄骨の色を冷たくテレビから流れてくる他人事のような人生謎のことに気づけ耳を塞ぎだけると
You singing my favorite song, Halo?
Hi everyone.
Hi.
I hope you had a good break. Hi Hal.
Hi.
Hi. We've been playing some Flash games, which has been very fun so far. We're currently playing Junkbots, which is clearly the greatest LEGO game ever made. Don't come at me with that LEGO Star Wars shit. After that, we're gonna play Madness Accelerant. I hope you had a good break. I hope you did those things I told you to do. If you weren't here from before the break, then hello for the first time today. Hi. And I hope you're gonna have a good time, because we're all gonna have such a good time. Yay.
We're gonna have a good time.
We are going to have a good time. I need this. I need a good time.
Come on, I need this good time. I need a W.
I need this more than you. Well, you can't spell madness without punch. I mean, you could and probably should, honestly, but like, why would you though? I think you should put punch. That's my new cool fantasy language. It's the exact same, except every single word includes the word punch in it.
I'm gonna get a message from you in a week. I know it. That's just like, hey, AOL, you want to be part of my one shot? It's in the punch universe. Everything has the word punch into it. I feel it coming.
It's gonna happen.
I welcome it. I welcome it.
Of course, why wouldn't you? You know that's gonna be good.
Exactly. It will be.
And then
It's
you're
like
like,
you're good at GMing.
Aw. You're just like, here's the name for my character. Her name is Jessie. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's Jessie Punch. Like last name Punch?
Jessie Punch.
No, like their first name is Jessie Punch.
Jessie Punch Punch is the full name.
Of course, yes. Mm-hmm. You there? The orb sees you're not having a good time. Please adjust so that you are having a good time. The orb simply wants you to enjoy yourself. The orb is doing this for you, you know.
That's for you. We're watching.
We're watching.
Better have smiles.
But we're having fun.
We're playing a Lego game about eating trash. If you're not having fun...
There's something wrong with you. Who could not be having fun when listening to these tunes? Okay, let's see. Let's
Call
see. Ooh, this looks crazy.
Car battery!
Ow.
Ow. You love Junkbot. You love this. Can a character in Punch Roll be named Kick Punch or not? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Cannot be named Kick though.
Yeah, you can be multi-class. But there
Punch
has to be
isn't
a punch
class.
involved.
It's just the. You don't have to punch in order to exist within the Punch universe. You just have to have Punch in your name. That's all.
Okay. Okay, the world building makes more sense now. Okay,
Yeah.
I understand.
Also, 046, thank you very much for the egg. Mm-mm-mm. Hi, Diesel! Hi! How are you doing? So good to see you. What do you mean, normal men?
Just innocent men.
I hope you're doing good, Diesel. Diesel, I gotta say, wait, hold on. I see a thing in chat, but it's not happening yet. Oh my gosh! Chebulas and your viewers, hello, thank you very much for rating. Welcome. Spark Bubbles, thank you very much for following. Also during the break, Charles Raven and Lookaflower also followed, so thank you to both of you as well. And Roy Die 1, and then a line. Thank you very much for following as well. Hello everyone. My name is currently Broadcast Queen, but always Zoe. I am an artist and I make most of my own assets and stuff, including my models. And I am a variety streamer. As you can tell by the fact that I'm streaming Flash games, which I feel like just inherently means that I'm a variety streamer. Goopy! Thank you very much for following. And yeah, and I'm here joined by my great friend Ayo Hell.
Hello! Welcome. Hello! Welcome!
Yay! I gotta do some stuff. Hope you have a great stream. Yeah, of course, Chebulas. Do your post stream stuff. Thank you again for the raid. And Diesel says, "How have you been? I haven't gotten to stop by in a while. I'm doing okay, just super busy and tired all the time for some reason. Aren't we all? I've been okay. I've been also been super busy and tired for some reason. It's because I keep having things to do. It's a pain in the ass. But I'm excited for the new year because I'm gonna get my bottom surgery finally. Yay! But it's so nice to see you, Diesel. I was gonna say that the color for your name, I see it so rarely in chat that when I do it, she's like, "Yay, it's Diesel!" You know, it's very fun.
Like that mustard color, I don't think I've ever. That is a signature. That's a signature.
It does happen that we right now Roy Die in the chat also uses it, but usually it's on a Diesel. And Roy Die and Sparky Fluffles, thank you very much for your eggs. Hold on, let me place that one better. And there we go. You can change chat color? You can, it's true. It's gold from some of my branding stuff. I know, yes, it's very nice. Congrats on the surgery. I hope you have a speedy recovery if you are still in the process. Oh no, it hasn't happened yet. I'm going to get the surgery next month on the 16th. But let's do this motherfucking puzzle. This one actually looks tough. Yippee! So let's see. Okay, hold on. Let's first get these blue bricks over here. Let's see.
You're stupid.
Yeah, if you change your color, it takes like one message for it to like fully go over for you to see. So yeah, don't be alarmed if it's not that immediately.
Okay, that's not so bad. That was pretty simple, actually. And we did 8 or fewer. We did 7, in fact, which is very nice.
Okay.
Yeah. Then you got brain surgery? Shit.
Oh, whoa.
I'm glad you got that brain tumor removed, though. That's very good. But yeah, that's obviously going to take quite a while. Oh, and thank you very much for giving Diesel a shout out. Yay! Very good.
Yay!
I've been doing paints for my team and totally not restarting my model for the bajillionth time or anything. You'll get there, Diesel. And Floral Pop Boop, thank you very much for following. We're employee of that. It says we did it. What is this game? This game is Junkbot, and it is an old Flash game that was made that you could find on the Lego website back in the day. It's a little puzzle game when you help this trash bot eat trash. Well, Junkbot eat junk, but you get it. And what does that say? Thy Dungeon Guy. Thank you very much for following as well. Welcome. Love your avatar. Thank you. I made it myself. She's very weird. I have a bunch of models. This is like the strangest one that I have so far. And probably ever will have. Because it's kind of the point that she's weird. Hope get bottom surgery. Ow!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You said something. You're talking about something very important, and I hit you for car. I'm so sorry.
How could you? Hell.
It slipped. I was holding it. And it slipped. I'm sorry. It slipped.
How could you? Anyway. I love it when there's a girl with a monitor for a face. It's such an aesthetic. I know. Ow. Yippee! Yay! What was I gonna say? I do like the attempt I'm doing now, though. I'm not redoing my clothes, but the head and body are getting a makeover. That's good. It's, it's good to iterate on what you've done and stuff on your designs. That's development,
I don't
baby.
feel safe.
Ow.
Yeah.
Okay, we have to keep going. So we got employee of the day. Yay! Do we also... Okay, we have one more for this world, and then we're going to move on to the next game. Also, I think oh, well, there's a Sippy in any case. Ow! That's a lot. Sippy. And then we got an egg, which is Thy Dungeon Guy's egg. Thank you very much. Alright. So this looks tough. 14 or fewer.
Okay. We're employee of the day, so I do believe in us.
Me too. I believe we can do it.
Yeah.
Why are the U-bots swarming
Also-
Derek? Because they love Derek.
Yeah.
What are you gonna say?
Oh, let me know if you hear like construction outside, because there's now a jackhammer outside my apartment. So
I hear
they
nothing.
just started drilling. Okay. Wow. Elgato Wave 3. Thank you for the sound suppressing.
You're fine.
Okay, thank fucking God.
Wait, what? Hold on. What have I? Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. Let's restart. So if I do, okay, if I do this, then we can do this, and then check it out. Then we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do this, and that doesn't work for some reason. Why doesn't this work?
That works.
Well, it should, but it doesn't let me place it. I can place over here, but not over here.
Oh.
Huh. Cause see, I thought I was doing so good. What?
Put the blue one back a brick.
Yeah, I got maybe. Well, let's find out.
Oh, the blue one on bottom.
You meant the one that I moved, right? Didn't you?
Yeah, this one there, and then.
Yeah, for some reason it doesn't let me. It doesn't. Huh?
What?
I can put it here, but not here. What the hell's going on?
Wait, that works though. Wait.
I don't think
go
this
back
works.
more. Oh, Oh, I'm looking at this on the monitor, so I'm literally looking at this behind. So that was oopsies, oopsie poopsies.
It's okay. It's
I was looking
okay.
from your stream, so I was giving you bizarre instructions.
We can do this and nothing else. Okay, I soft locked it. Soft locked this. Ba-ba-bum. I found out Tails was originally supposed to be a girl, and they changed their gender last minute to being a boy in Sonic 2. Is that real? I've never heard
Really?
about that before.
I've never, yeah.
Hold on a second. Characters. Oh no, like both Sonic and Tails have big trans feelings to me, and I had kind of the both as trans mask, but I've just never heard about that before. Let's see, concept and creation. The concept of Tails was known to be founded during the development of Sonic the Hedgehog 2. After some discussion about making a sequel to the original Sonic the Hedgehog, a fraction of the Sonic team went to work with Sega. Blah, blah, blah. New character, companion, contest was held. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Was originally intended to be a Tanuki. Didn't know that.
Aw, I'm a big Tails fan, so.
I love Tails. He's
Me
such a little
too.
dude.
It's just a little guy.
So now it's also been stated that he was intended to be a fox since the very beginning. Originally intended to only have one tail. Give him a second for stronger impact. Was also always intended to be a boy, despite wild rumors of him being mistaken for a girl at the time. Sorry. It was not originally going to be a girl.
Oh.
I'll also redeem a hydrate on AOL on their end. Oh, you're also getting a
Okay.
hydrate. That's very good and important. Thank you.
Okay.
But no, we
Sippies.
love Tails. Have you not been hydrating?
I have been. I actually made
Okay.
tea on break, so I
Oh,
made a
nice.
nice green tea. So
Very nice.
I'm hydrated.
Good. Okay, let's see. How are we supposed to do this then? Okay, that's one. That's one. Good. And oh no, wait, leave that.
Just leave him, desert him.
Yeah. Sorry, Jungbot, but you understand, don't you? No, I don't.
Personal.
It's kind of some kind of Lego Lemmings. It is Lego, and it's a little like Lemmings. That's true. Does Tails' girl was a widely spread rumor on many school playgrounds in the 90s and early 2000s. I'd never heard it before, or maybe I have and I forgot. That's very well
Hey.
possible.
I remember one playground rumor that was it was I think the original Smash Brothers, or it might have been Melee, that if you did like a very almost impossible challenge, you could unlock Sonic. And
I think I have heard that one.
Guess who tried that a lot. Yeah.
Of course, you gotta know. I do like that. There was the rumor that in the original Smash Brothers you could play as Master Hand if you did like a specific input, and
Yes.
not only was that true, it also wasn't intended. You were actually just bugging the game, but we didn't understand that yet.
We just thought, yeah, it's like, wow, they're actually very talented. And
Which is very funny to me. Anyway, we did
Yeah.
it. We completed building 1. Yay! Wow! Yay! Woo! There's no music on the level select screen. I'll put my own victory music on. Hold on, give me a second. Yay! Woo! Yay! Yippee! Yahoo! Yahoo!
Yippee!
Yahoo!
Yahoo! Oh, we did it! We beat the game!
Oh, Mario's back. Hi.
Oh, yes, hello! I'm fired.
Okay, well. Sorry, Junkbot took your job.
Oh, it was him! He can't even jump! What is he gonna do as a Mario?
Eat trash.
Oh, of course, my second most well-known attribute. Eat the trash!
Everyone knows Mario loves to guzzle trash. Defining characteristic.
Yeah. Fucking Mario's eating trash all over the place.
I was imagining like a late night and it's just dark. You hear like a little rustling in a garbage can. It's just Mario.
What? You're not going to use it?
You're right. You're very resourceful, Mario. I'm so sorry.
I'm recycling.
You're recycling it to your house.
Good old Mario. Wait, hold on. Val Viscera in chat says, so the new Sims pack lets you play as a landlord. I didn't know about that. I watched, what's his face? LGR. Yeah. LGR?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it? Yeah, LGR. Yeah, I watched part of his video. I didn't finish it yet. About it. And there's a mechanic where your tenants get sick and die from mold exposure.
What?
Cool. We love a bit of realism.
Am I gonna make Wario the landlord just make people die of mold exposure?
Oh my! Now I kind of want to like play The Sims 4 and make Wario and just make him
Just
like a
make
horrible.
Garfield.
We should do it together and have Wario and Garfield together be like horrible business owners.
It's just Wario wherever he gets into the landlord business.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Get sick and die. Hold on. Wow, I'm a Wario. Get sick and die, losers.
Perfect. New collaboration coming soon.
You heard it here first, chat. It would be kind of funny, maybe.
Yeah.
Now, for our next game of the stream, this is good, Wario. Thank you. I can do Mario and I can do Wario, and I guess I can do Waluigi. Everybody cheater. Next time Waluigi cheats. I don't know. No, I don't know. I can't do Luigi either. I don't know. They're nasally in a way that I can't do. Anyway, we're gonna do Madness Accelerant now. If you don't know what Madness is, that is to say Madness Combat, it was a series on Newgrounds that started off very simple with just some there's some little dummy guys just killing each other. I think there was a big marshmallow for some reason. And then it kept going and going and going, and it got a whole bunch of lore. Jesus was there. It takes place in Nevada desert or some shit. Cyborgs, people coming back from the dead. It was a whole thing. It was fucking awesome. It has such fucking good visceral violence. I loved it. And I've been wanting to get back into it. And then I was like, oh, I'm going to do the Flesh game stream. What kind of games did I like again when I played Flesh game? Madness Accelerant. Oh, I didn't remember the name, but I remembered it was Madness, so I found it. I played this game to death. So let's play it again now, and find out. You know, yeah, I know it's still going and it's still getting like new video games that are really cool and stuff. It's I should check some of those out as well. Part 1 of the 12th episode is still in the works. God, I fucking have to catch up. Blue Overkill, hello, thank you very much for following and welcome. So let's play Madness Accelerant, which you guys aren't gonna understand what's going on probably, but I think that is fine. Let's see. Can I hold on? Can I?
Egg.
Oh. Ooh. No. No. Don't. Oh. Okay.
Egg.
No lucky.
What is happening? Oh God. Okay. Okay, I think we fixed it. We're good now. There's Jep. There he is. Thing Arena Pro was like the second to last game I ever played on that Refresh. I have Thing Arena here as well. I remember enjoying that a lot as well. Yippee! I just liked violent games. Who'd have thunk it? From a person who made her persona just punching things. God, oh my God. Okay, I think she left, but Maven, aka Soda Vampire, drew fan art of Gauntlet Queen where she has like bloody fists, and nobody's ever done that before. Like, I like all fan art I get, obviously, but there is a surprising lack of art where I'm committing violence, where I'm like like battling, you know. Mm-hmm. And that was just very cool to see. That art is fucking awesome. It's so good. Anyway, let's go.
Whoa.
Oh, the music, yes.
Whoa.
Hold on, let me turn the audio down. Get the fucked up end of this show. One of Thing Arena's added fem-chess options and that did trans things to me when I was little. Nice. I'm a lurk a bit to get some work done, but I love you too. We need to hang sometime and catch up. I'm very bad at. Oh, we do, Diesel. We totally fucking do. We gotta hang out more. Maybe play some Fortnite or something. It's got a racing mode now. You like that? I really admire Maven's art style. It's so cool. It's so fucking good, dude. It is such a goddamn awesome art style. Anyway, but yeah, in advance, a lot of blood and violence and stuff in this one. So, you know, if you're squeamish about that and stuff, you know, then just know to not watch this part. This game's just really fucking loud, huh?
Mm-hmm. Let's crank in the tunes.
The volume is at 2.
Shit.
Yeah. Alright, let's see. We play with Miles. S to swap weapon, that's insane. Oh yeah, there's the marshmallow that I mentioned.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh wow, this is the epitome of a Flash game.
I know, it's so good.
It's perfect.
I know, right? Like the differing resolutions for everything and stuff. It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, this Hank. Also, one thing I want to say is, yesterday I got a plushie delivered to me, which is Uzi from the show Murder Drones. And ideally, some people in chat will go, "Fuck yeah, dude, Monster Drones," because I love Murder Drones. Did I say Monster Drones? I keep saying Monster for some reason. Anyway, this Murder Drones is a series made by the same studio that made The Amazing Digital Circus, and it fits in so perfectly with this kind of aesthetic. It's like it perfectly pokes fun at, yet feels completely in line with this kind of gritty, violent, Hot Topic-esque kind of media. Mm-hmm. And I fucking love it so much. Also, it's about robots, and I love robots, you know. And Uzi is here right now on Malep with us. So she's gonna see some violence and she's gonna love it. And it's so good.
Yeah.
Rouge is also here as a sticker. We'll put her
Yeah.
right here on this fan. And also
Enjoy your violence.
enjoy your violence. And Fred Fox and Dawn Feathers, thank you both for the eggs. But yeah, Murder Drones is just free on YouTube. It's 6 episodes right now, with the final 2 coming spring next year. And everybody needs to fucking watch it. It is really cute. It is really violent and cool. It's creative. It's super fun. It's funny. There's so many really good jokes and stuff. And like I said, it pokes like fun at like horror tropes, edgy teen tropes, I guess. But like not so much that it feels like it's being mean about it. Like it still feels like it feels like it respects that. It's just really good. I really like it. I feel like it deserves more love for sure.
Okay, I'm interested. Just
We can watch together.
okay, sure. I'm down.
All right, let's get playing.
Yeah.
Can I kill that guy? Okay. Oh, look, it's just a clown.
Oh, hi, clown.
Hello.
It's. I'm sorry. I'm just looking at this. This is my first time ever seeing this game, and it's very nostalgic.
Right?
Oh.
Oh, right. Yeah, you like hover when you're shooting this gun in the air. I'm pretty sure that back in the day I did like a melee only run of this game as well because I just played it so much. I'm not gonna do that now though.
Yeah. You're not gonna have a challenge run.
You guys can't see
music
this
too.
also. It's covered up by hell, but the health bar icon is the red like blam face that that Newgrounds had, which is also very nostalgic. You can see like the the doors like getting word that
Or
I can't
more,
think of.
like push.
Beat up.
Beat up, yeah. You're killing all these Agent 437s.
Like for no reason.
Yeah, this is the Flash game of all Flash games.
It fucking is, dude.
It's got the random XD elements, like it's. Man, I'd love a raw XD Flash game.
Oh, it'd be so good. Oh fuck. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna go. Come please. Okay. Oh shit. God, it's so cool. Like this whole game is just one big boss fight, but being chased by this clown demon. It's so fucking cool.
It's such a cute concept.
I still love this. Like this is still just really fucking cool to me.
Yeah. It's so wild the amount of like creativity into like these games and this culture too.
Can you stop doing that? Oh wait, I think I'm just supposed to leave. Right.
Yeah.
There's surprising a lot of features of random fan games on Twitch. I did actually also get a fan game at one point, which is Gauntlet Queen's Egg Stacker, which is very
Aw.
fun. It's a little game where you try to stack eggs as fast as you can. But like they
That's
keep,
cute.
or like they keep coming. They're just like dropping from the top of the screen, and you have to stack them properly. And
that's really cute.
the longer you keep going, the faster they come. So it's like, how long can you survive? It's cute. It's on Twitch, I believe. Or, I'm sorry, not Twitch, Itch. It's on itch.io. Ow. I love the detail though, like, that Hank's goggles actually also like have the reflection of the fire and the muzzle flesh, gun flesh, whatever. What's the word? Anyway, you know what I mean. When you're shooting guns.
Yeah. The,
You know
the
what I
gun
mean.
things. Yeah. The guns.
The guns.
No.
I love doing this with a shotgun, just spamming it like that. It's so funny. Ow! Oh. My punch is outside.
Oh.
Am I streaming the game to you right now, Hal?
You are. I'm watching it on.
All right. Okay. Good.
Yeah. So I'm just like transfixed by like how perfectly dated this is.
Mm-hmm.
Like the choke poster.
Everything about this game is just fucking perfect.
It's so good.
Oh, dang it. All right. I think there's gonna be.
All right.
Yeah. Look, there's
Yeah,
like a
where's-
mini boss here.
Oh. And you can go.
Ow. I freaking love this so much. It's so good. Ow. And all the sound effects, like the melee hit sound effect, is so funny to me. Ow. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Oh, yeah, they're like points, just points at us as we come in. I remember that. Yeah, it's just a playable
some more
version of
water
one of the
just a
episodes, I believe. Yeah. What'd you say?
Here, B. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
That's important. Make sure to stay hydrated, chat. Gotta have the chainsaw, of course. That's classic. Oh, okay. It's still fun too. Like I'm still. I mean, maybe it's part of nostalgia, I suppose, but it's God, it's good though. No, it didn't run out. Why did I guess just because I was shot shotgun. I was like, ooh, I want shotgun. I love shotgun. Oh fuck. Oh yeah, it's like small now. Oh,
Oh, he's back and smaller.
he's smaller, yes. Oh god, my health is very low. I've not been watching my own health very
Yeah.
well at all.
Well, you gotta get into gamer mode.
I'm not doing a very good job of that right now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That was
Oh.
scripted. That was intended. Oh, that sound effect.
Oh.
I remember that.
Okay.
Okay, careful. I'm gonna game.
Careful, I have to game now.
I have to fucking game. Everybody stand back. I have to game.
Not now, she's gaming.
Kills you.
Kills you. Kills you. Oh, little
And there we go.
Oh, no.
I did it!
Yay! GG!
Yay!
Oh, yeah! Yeah, that's the cherry on
Yay!
top.
It's Jeebus.
Oh!
It's so cool. It's still so good. The zippy thing in the background is improv drive. Oh, I didn't know that that was also a madness thing. It's been way too long. Like I've forgotten most of like the specific story elements of madness. Honestly, I only know like vague, you know, flashes of information here and there.
Mm-hmm.
God, go watch Madness Consternation. Like that. What kind of name is that? It's so good. All
Thank
these
you,
names got so
Newgrounds.
fucking crazy. Anyway, very fucking cool game. I liked it a lot. Maybe I'll.
Thank you,
maybe-
Newground.
I really gotta watch the series again because it's fucking cool, and everybody should go watch Murder Drowns. If the Amazing Digital Circus can get this popular after one single episode, we you know, I feel like Murder Drones should be as popular after 6 because it's really fucking high quality stuff, chat. It is such a good show.
I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it.
You better. It'd be really
You
cool and
sold
good
me.
if you did.
Mm-hmm. Yay.
Now let's see. I feel like there was this one.
What's this? Ah, this logo.
Yeah. I want people to recognize this by the music alone. Ideally.
Let me put this up.
I can get a Dino Rider. How do you get more money in this game? Oh, I guess just by
Go!
killing them. This is motherfucking video games. This is it. This is what it's all about, Chad.
There we go. Just fucking. The dance party starts now. This is it. Yeah. Get the glow sticks out.
Oh god, I'm gonna die. Certified Gaming Moments, Chad. This is it. We are gonna lose, but that's okay.
We get to hear the song again.
Like, for those of you who know this game, you know this music. For those of you who don't, now you get to know this music. I'm just gonna try to overwhelm them with, like, just regular units. Just queue up. That's so funny. Yeah, also, the same person also made music for Castle Crashers, which also very, very good.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That rules.
Grogwaiting 9. I don't know the song from this game. I know the song because I binged Water Flames music after playing Castle Crashers. Also fair.
like I'm like wiggling around right now. Let's listen to this fucking song.
It's really good. Why is it so hard though? We're playing on normal mode.
Yeah. Was I like an absolute gamer back like when this came out?
Right? I don't remember it being this hard, but then again, I don't really remember much about this game other than the music.
Mm-hmm.
I love that so many people in chat also just remember that it was composed by Waterflame. Like, I couldn't even remember the fucking name.
Flash game, good music. Come on, you know.
Yeah. That's how I found it. That is not how I found it, but it is how I searched for it. I just found it by scrolling down all of Flashpoint's games that there were.
Hell yeah.
You gotta strategize? No, I don't. I don't think I have to do that. I think I'm fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that, just kill.
They have knights? Wait, how do you... Oh, you have to evolve to the next stage. I forgot. Well, we're kind of fucked, chat, I think. Never mind, we've just evolved to the next stage. Or maybe we haven't. Yes, we have. We did it!
Yeah.
Now we'll definitely defeat them, maybe. Oh, I can do a special. Oh, that's on cooldown. Okay, I thought it would, like, cost money. Okay, this helps a lot. Like, we can still turn this War of Ages around.
Yeah, come on. It's not over yet.
This is so dumb. There is so much wasted space in the sky. I assume that's gonna get filled eventually, but you could have like started earlier on in the
Like
game by
smaller-
like zoomed in, you know? Age
Or
of War
just like
3 's-
God watching you, just staring.
Yeah. I feel like this is stupid.
Kill.
Kill, yes, good. I'm zoomed out? No, I'm not. Don't think so. Can I be? Nope. There's helicopters eventually, but I'm surprised they don't give you like pterodactyls or some shit early. Yeah, that'd be fun.
They give us pterodactyl kill powers.
Seriously. Also, apparently they made sequels. I didn't remember that.
Oh.
Good though. Oh, queuing up to die. War is hell. This is stupid.
I'm delighted. I'm enriched.
No, I like it. I remember that I have an itch in my eye. But I also remember... Who was it again? I tried to get an internship in their place because they were a Dutch developer team. They made Awesome Nods, if anyone knows what that is.
Oh, sorry, I missed.
That's okay.
I thought you were talking about Scribble Knots.
No.
No.
The same people, they made a game that's kind of like this, but better, and then they made a sequel to it also. It doesn't know the music isn't as good. Oh no, they got religion! Fuck! They made the turn this shit into a church. What are we supposed to do now? Also do that,
no.
I guess. Don't worry, everyone. God is real. What was that game called? Didn't also not have a Yogscast skin for one of their guys? They did, yes. Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna look it up. I think Awesomenauts is kind of dead now, which is a shame because it was extremely fun. Oh god, the gun sounds. Oh fuck.
Incredible.
Oh,
This elevates it.
yeah. Runnable Games, that's pew pew. Swords and Soldiers, that was it. Yeah, Swords and Soldiers was kind of like this, where you would pick your culture and then go to war with each other, which is a cool thing to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was neat.
It's gonna be stuck in my head all week.
The music is just so fucking good.
My brain connects this with the like Lord of the Rings poop of like they're taking the Hobbits to Isengard. Like those two, this song and that song are like interwoven to me.
I get it. I remember there being like a Lord of the Rings parody that someone made at some point. They had like a frog or something. Like I think they did like all the voices themselves. Like their persona was like a frog. They did all the voices themselves and stuff. And I followed them long enough that I could really see their art and their mic quality and stuff really improve a lot over the years. I wonder if those are you can still find those somewhere.
That makes me happy when you can like see someone's like something you don't know but you follow in like their art and like see the growth. That always just makes me like so happy.
Right. It was nice. Also, wait, how did I get here? Thank you very much for your egg. Is this just it? Like, do you win ever?
It becomes the year 2000 and then Sonic the Hedgehog comes from the sky, pats your head and says, "You have to shoot me down."
Oh, yeah. You have to kill me. My soul is connected with that of the Antichrist. It's the only way. Also, yeah, the no one wins in war, it's true.
Yeah.
What? They got a fucking tower on top of their tower. What the hell? Tank. I wish to purchase tank, please. I wish there was passive
One
income. Me at the government.
Me at the government. Just hey, wouldn't it be cool if I had like income, right?
That'd be kind of nice, I think. Bomb them. Cool carpet bomb, very nice. Sorry, no, that's not what I meant. I also love playing this back in school. The music does still slap. Oh no, they have guns. I'm just sending out dudes with knives. Okay, put a thing there. I gotta say, this game was more fun back when I wasn't able to recognize game design and stuff, like whether a game was well designed or not, because it is definitely just kind of nothing the entire time.
It really is. It's just how you said that was very funny.
I could not yet recognize games. I didn't know what I was doing here. These colors and shapes before me, they sure are responding to my actions, but I don't understand.
It's just, you made it sound like you're watching like those baby sensory videos. It's just...
I'm just imagining like the meme of the dude with the butterfly. It's like, is this a game?
Yeah, it's you.
Okay, I'm summoning 2 tanks. This will definitely get us to win.
Yeah. This will win the war.
This will win us the fucking war. And now we are sci-fi, baby. Let's go. God's Blade. We can summon God's Blade. I thought we were done with the
Finally,
sci-fi
God's
stuff or
Blade.
the religious stuff.
Yeah, we'll evolve out of it.
Yeah. I like that Gun's Blade is our weakest unit right now. Or God's Blade. God's Blade, Blaster, War Machine, Super Soldier, these names are all over the fucking place.
This is just Warhammer 40k. I'm not telling. No one can tell me otherwise.
You're fucking right! I'm playing as the wrong faction. I want to play as the faction that that craves the certainty of steel. Orbital laser. I wasted that.
I know nothing about Warhammer. Everyone just says orcs are cool, and I'll take their word.
As far as I know, orcs are fun and cool, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Because they have the power of imagination. Whatever they
I
think
like
is real
that.
is real, which you can use against them by pretending that you throw a grenade at them, and then they think that there's gonna be a grenade that's gonna blow them up, and then it does.
Oh, they're cool.
Their spaceships are just sort of rocks that they made look like spaceships a little bit, and through the power of imagination, they work.
What? Orcs are cool.
Yeah! I love this. You were like, I don't know, I just hear people say orcs are cool. Here's a couple things about orcs. Orcs are cool!
Orcs are cool. Here's what you need to know about today's stream. Flash games, fun. Orcs, cool.
Cool.
Shrek the Fourth exists. Those are my takeaways.
Oh, Jody! Hi! Hello. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Thanks so much for the raid. Hello. I am currently Broadcast Queen, but always Zoe. Ow. And I'm an artist and a variety streamer. And I am playing some Flash games.
Ow!
With my good
I
friend.
live here now. Oh.
Yes! With my good friend who lives here now, AOL.
Hi, I live here now.
Yay! I hope you had a really good stream, Jody. Got an hour and a half in before my internet broke again. Can't wait until tomorrow. I haven't finished my fucking prep for the one shot yet. That fucking sucks though that your internet died, and they better fucking fix it tomorrow. I'm gonna kill them forever.
Yeah. I'll have choice words
Ow.
with the ISP.
We can't evolve anymore. Well, we're done.
You're stupid.
The internet is stupid. In one of the Warhammer books, a faction that was fighting the orcs had entirely ran out of ammo against them and didn't have any methods of fighting back. I think you're gonna talk about like that some person just like pretended to have guns and grenades and stuff. They also started making laser beam sounds with their mouths, and the orcs got so scared that they eventually started dying. That's what I'm saying. It's so funny. I think I'm supposed to get the super soldier, and that'll just like win us the war or something. Because it's the only time we've had like a fourth unit.
Yeah. Also, orcs are cool.
Orcs are cool.
There's a Warhammer game that was recent. Can I be an orc and make people believe
I mean,
in the power of my fist?
Well, no, it's not about making people believe. It's about you believing. You know?
Oh, I believe. Okay, I can make myself believe anything.
Oh, great.
It'd be great if I had an extra PNG that just had a gun. my little PNG just pops out a gun. Like, I believe.
Make it.
Yeah. Don't worry what I'm doing now. Don't worry.
Everyone should just fight by making laser sounds at each other. I love the stories of like actors who, like in like sci-fi things and stuff, would like go pew pew pew, and then repeatedly had to be told like you don't have to do that. we edit those in post, and then like it was just hard for them to imagine doing it, like shooting a gun if they weren't making the sounds for it. Also, we got the super soldier, so now we're gonna win the battle.
We're gonna win.
We're gonna fucking do it! Yippee! We're gonna win! Ba-da-ba-ba-bum. I love that the music does not get old. Oh man, this super soldier is dying kind of fast.
Never gets old. It's always a jam.
Oh, it's a motherfucking jam. Super soldier just died. I would love to get enough money to get another one, please. Okay, I'm gonna sell this one. And oh, nope. Laser cannon with a Z, of course. Damn, I wish the orbital laser would last a little further. The super soldier kind of sucks. It does. Super sucks. It does.
Hey, I want to refund the super soldier.
I don't think we can refund it.
Not that super.
I think the warranty was void when it fucking died. Ow.
Shit. It came dead, so that's not my fault.
It was dead in the box, yeah.
Yeah.
I love that they just queue up. It's so funny to me. How are the Flash games going anyway? Very well. They're all super fun. Well, this one is a little underwhelming, I will admit, but the music is fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, I just need a little bit more money. Come on. A little bit more, come on. Destroy the tank somehow. Come on,
Do
dang
it.
it. Okay, super soldier. Another one, let's go. This laser pistol is very funny, or this laser turret.
I'm gonna believe I can do this. I'm gonna be.
You're gonna be? Is this you?
I'm
Are
gonna
you the
be.
super soldier?
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to be
Oh,
an
you're
orc
orking
right
it
now.
up. I see, I see.
I'm orking out right now.
You're
Okay.
orking out! I'm
I'm
orking
orking
out!
I'm orking out. Hey, I'm orking here.
I was thinking like
Hey.
you're yeeking out, you know?
Okay, I'm working out now.
It's happening. I'm working out.
I'm working out.
Hey, I'm working here. This is silly. This is really good at you.
I believed that I summoned a god. I'm gonna forget I did this. I'm gonna forget I did this. And I'm gonna see my PG on someone else's stream just holding a
Oh wait, I
gun.
just now saw your. Oh my god! Awesome! Nice!
We're ready.
Oh my god. Very good. Also, Gutsy Gill says the canonically works, by the way. If you believe you are an orc, since you're an orc, your belief comes true and you become an orc. Are you serious? Can you do that in the Warhammer 40k universe? Can you just believe really
Wow.
hard that you are an orc and that works then? Is that canon? That's fucking hilarious. Dude, orc HRT must go insane. You're so fucking right. Oh my god.
I would just believe I have pizza all the time.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god, orc HRT is so funny. You don't have to go to a doctor or anything.
Yeah.
Okay, come on, Super Soldier, don't disappoint us this time. It does seem like the opponent cannot summon the thing. The Super Soldier. Why do they have so many turret slots but one turret? What's up with that? What's the point?
That's so silly.
People that grow up around orcs turn into them because they think they're orcs and gain access to the wow. If orcs calls Ollie a pizza girl enough times, she can't deny it anymore. Fuck off.
No.
Me to me. Should we stop playing this?
Yeah.
This goes on for fucking ever. We're never winning this.
We're never gonna win the war.
We're never gonna win the war. That's the thing, you know, like there are no winners in war. And hello, Lux Time Apple, hello.
Welcome.
I just noticed that the thing is on the screen twice, that's weird.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, whoops. Bye.
Bye.
Wow.
War won.
We did it, gang. We ended war. I'm
Yeah, we
proud of
believe
us.
That's what orcs do, right?
If we believe that war doesn't exist, then it doesn't.
Duh.
Yeah. It is kind of a profound statement on the nature of war if you really think about it. War loses! Yay!
Yay!
We did it! I'm proud of us.
Woo! Yay!
I'm still holding my gun. War lost.
Wait, guns have more uses than just war, it's fine.
Yeah. It's fine.
Yippee!
Now let's
We beat
see.
war.
Car battery!
Ow!
Oh.
I think we'll do one
Just
more
beat 'em.
game a little bit.
Okay.
We could play Crush the Castle, which is the original Angry Birds. Wonderput. This is the only level. I've got Tower of Heaven here, but I feel like that deserves its own stream because it's just like a whole game with a story and everything. I got some games here that I wouldn't want to do for this, like Super Smash Flash and Super Mario Bros. Crossover are here, which are very fun, and like Ultimate Flash Sonic, which are fun, but they're just fan games. I'd like to highlight. I'd like to play original games more, you know. The game names were very literal back then. It was good. Yeah, Elephant Game. This is the only level. Let's see. Let's see. Let's do This Is the Only Level because it's fun.
Okay.
Stream it to hell. Did you play The Last Stand? The Last Stand. The name kind of rings a bell. Search. Tower of Heaven, Heaven from Akisoft? I think so. It's a really good one. And has a beautiful soundtrack. The Last Stand. Oh, that, yeah. Not one of my favorites, so I'm not playing that one. If you have more time or interest, you could do Sinjit or Sonny. That name does not ring a bell.
Yeah.
I'm looking up Sinjit right now. Oh, I don't know this at all. Never seen that before. So no, we're sticking with This Is the Only Level. Adventures in Singularity. Oh, the fucking music.
Delightful.
Yeah. Play or continue level 1. Yay! Stage complete! But is the level over? Okay, so now the controls are reversed. Think before doing. Okay, so now the button closes the door. Alternate control scheme? Okay. It's with the mouse.
Whee!
Wee! Ooh. This game is so fucking
Got
funny.
this.
Like, I feel like there have been games like this since, and maybe before, but this is the first one I remember, where it just like keeps putting like a new spin on the same concept, you know, like a new modifier and stuff.
Yeah.
But this one's very iconic for it, I feel.
Plus the music.
Dull appearances. Oh, I can't jump anymore. Oh, dull appearances. I can't jump, but the spikes are bouncy because they're dull.
Yay.
Oh, and you can get stuck on them. Wait, okay, hold on.
Oh.
Okay,
Oh,
there we go.
there you go.
Yay!
Woo!
What was N plus? I feel like I do know that one. Is it the one where you like switch between the dark and the light? Or no, wait, it's like the running one, right? Where you're like doing cool parkour, wacky big jumps and shit. That one is very cool. Also, Fancy Pants Adventures. I definitely would have put that one on here if it didn't have like a full Steam release as well.
I was
these
gonna
trips-
say, did you? This might be later in the like Flash. Did you play Clop or Quap?
Oh yeah, I did. I played both of those.
Yeah.
They were very funny. You ever played the one where you're climbing a mountain?
Getting over it?
No.
No. But you climbed
it's-
a mountain there.
It's by the same developers as Quap and Clop. But instead of
What is
controlling the
it?
legs, you control the hands, and you're like climbing up a.
I love Celeste.
I also love Celeste. No, it's not Sexy Climbers either. That is also a different one.
Hikers.
Yeah, Sexy Hikers, but no. I think maybe it's just like called Climb or something. Burrito
That
Bison
sounds
actually.
right.
Yeah, Burrito Bison is actually a game that I also have on the list here. That was one of the things we could have streamed. That was very cool. Arrow control. Oh, whoa! Oh God! Okay, I'm controlling with the mouse. But unlike before, where it was clicking and dragging, it's now literally just moving my mouse. Ooh, and it's very sensitive. Okay. Oh, that was weird. But oh, there's wind.
Oh,
Come on. No. Oh wait, I have to push the button anyway. Fuck. Sexy hiking is the one that getting over it is based on. That is correct, yes.
okay.
Come on.
I'm learning.
Ugh. Eh. Okay, got it, good. I've only played Quap, but specifically a version where you play as Twilight Sparkle. Nice. What was that? Oh, that's probably fireworks. Sorry, there's like noises outside. I assume it was fireworks.
Oh.
It was very close, so let me just go check real quick.
Take a look.
I'm gonna be right
take your
back.
time. Yeah, no worries. Hi, everyone. It's me, AO Hell. Hi, Clone. Hi, Lucina. Hi, Jody. Hi, Dungeon Guy. Oh, thank you for shouting me out. Hi, Banshee. Talking Dutch? Oh, fuck. Give me a Dutch word. Give me a Dutch word. Halslag. That's the only one I know. Hello. That's me saying hi in Dutch. Hi, Arliss. Ik ben Hel. There we go. See? Ik ben Hel. Ik ben Hel. AO Hel. Hi, Space Junk. Hi. Hi, Galaxy Voided. Hi. Hello. Oh no, Squid.
What happened?
They said speak in Dutch, and I didn't know what to do.
Oh no, but you've been learning some Dutch, right?
Yes, I have.
So
I
did you-
panicked on the spot, though.
Car battery!
That's okay. Well, I'm gone again.
Oh, no! No, don't leave me with them. They're gonna make me talk in Dutch.
It's fine, you'll be fine.
I'll be fine. I have a gun.
You have a gun, you'll be fine. Galaxy Voided, thank you very much for your egg. Starting the 4th. And Young Nanner, thank you very much for also reading me an egg.
Oh, you gotta do an Uwu voice. I don't. What's to say for the Uwu guys? No. That's the one I found it. Hello. Don't be mean to my friend. Okay, that's definitely firework at the time. Oh yeah, I didn't see anything by the way, but I heard some noises in the distance. So I think it's I think it's just people doing fireworks. It's fine. Oh no.
I'm okay.
Okay.
So no returns, no refunds. I think that means I can't go backwards. It does. Well, that's not very hard. Stay low. Can't jump. Oh, okay, that was easy. I don't think I've ever seen a 4th egg stack before. They're rare. They are rare. Thank you guys very much for getting me to so many eggs this beautiful day.
Yeah.
Left, right, march. Huh? I'm just alternating between left and right. This is so funny. One leap of faith. Oh, you get one jump.
Okay.
Oops.
There you go.
Did you hear? JMTB02 released a full HD collection of these elephant games recently. No, that's very fun. It's honestly wild to me that there are multiple. Time to refresh. I assume that means refresh the page? Uh-oh. Yeah, we're not playing this on a web page.
Oh shit.
Is there a reset?
Panic. There's a panic button.
There is?
Yes, it's panic. Oh. Oh.
I think we're done.
Yay!
I think it'll work if you just reload the game. Well, let's try it out. If not, then yeah, we'll have reached the end of the stream, I think.
That's fair.
Well, yeah, I mean, we have been going for about 4 hours, so.
Yeah.
Go. Go. Oh, it did. Oh, and it
Nice.
worked. Okay, we can keep going.
Yay! Yay!
Thank you very much, Maz. Keep hitting it. All right. There we go. Worried about nothing. Okay.
Be like that sometime.
Oh shit.
Oh!
Oh god. Oh, the world is dying.
Yeah, sorry.
Wait, the thing. Okay, shit. Wait, I might know what to do. Okay, wait. Shit. Wait. Okay, wait.
Yeah,
Fuck.
you know what to do.
I know what to do. I just have to do it.
So true. Oh god.
Oh god, my internet connection is really bad right now.
Just-
This is painful.
This would be terrible, but this would be the only funniest time in history if your stream just disconnected right now.
Don't say that.
I you know what? I don't get. I don't mean
feel
it.
safe.
I don't mean it.
Okay, go. There we go. Oh my god, this is painful to play, dude. Come on. Come on. There we go. Oh my god. Do you remember?
No. Okay, you do.
I do. Oh. In between gravity. Y'all remember VVVVVV?
Yeah.
I love VVVVVV. Oh. Okay, so the green ones are normal, the purple ones are not. Oh, okay.
Whoa.
There we go. Mime's Folly. What?
Hmm.
What just happened? Wait, there's an invisible wall there. Okay. There's just an invisible wall you have to get through.
Yeah.
Center keyboarder. Oh god. Okay.
Ooh.
F is it's T F G H. That's not that weird once my fingers are on there. Who would use that? Uppercase. I have to hold down caps lock
Okay.
when it feels like it. Oh, the door just opens randomly. Or does it? Yes, it does. Tank Friday God Age. I've had to use this for multiplayer back as a kid. God, that's something fucking incredible that I imagine kids nowadays probably don't experience, which is sitting around a single keyboard with like 4 kids trying to map all of the controls to that keyboard in a way where your arms will all just like be overlaying on top of each other, but you can play that way, you know? Credits page. Oh, is it the last one? Did we do it?
Show us the credits.
Oh, wait, menu, credits. Main menu, and unlock stage 27 for me.
Nice.
That is so funny. It's just zoomed in really far.
Thought it was a cutscene.
That'd be really funny if there was like a really intense cutscene in one of these somehow.
Why you?
The Not Home Rose keyboard. The Not Home Rose. I don't get it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You must be
Closing
banned now.
shop.
Sorry. Closing shop. What does that mean? Okay, there's a time limit. There we go. Mr. Zoom in level for the boom zoom. That would be really funny. No sweat. That's easy. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's
What's
just.
what?
Yes. Yes, it is. You have beaten the only level in the entire game. What was one level? Surely it was more than that. What was one level? Surely it was more than that. We are very proud of you. We think you are really, truly special.
You are.
Aw, yay! So are you, Hal. I would gesture down to you, but I can't really do that. So, hold
It's
on.
okay.
I'm gonna kneel down. So
Oh,
are
thank
you?
you.
So are you, Hal.
Thank you.
Pat.
Pat, 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 pat. Thank you.
Sorry, bud.
It happens.
Anyway, we did it!
You
Yay!
did it.
And I'm only now noticing the part of the game is cut off for you guys, but it's fine, I'm sure. I wasn't human-sized, I was crouched down. That's different, y'all. Come on. Goes to Chris's future, I will get your egg.
Sega.
Sega! And Lord Slime Apple as well. Thank you both. Impressive how long that one level took to beat, though. Yeah, not my finest moment. It took me that long. Most level visible, so we got the vibe. You got the you got the vibe. Say ga. Ga. Broadcast screen, but you're holding down the crouch key. Yeah, that's what it is. All right, so that was it.
Yay!
Wait, are you sure you want to erase your game? Oh wait, right. This isn't like quit. Ow. But I like this. Are you sure you want to erase your game? Are you sure? This is not a clever trick or part of the game. This will really erase it, and there is no going back. I like that they specify that hard, you know? That is good. But that was the stream. So that was fun. I had a lot of fun going back and revisiting some of those old games. There's some real fucking quality in there too, you know? Did you have a good time, Mel?
I had a fun time. Thank you for hanging out with me. I had a blast.
Thank you for coming. Would you like to do a little plug?
Yeah. I'm gonna be back streaming after my little holiday break either tomorrow or Sunday. So come play Banjo-Kazooie with me.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh.
Go.
Go. That's what he sounds like. Is go.
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 Go. That's the best Kazooie I've heard.
Yeah, I'm very proud of that.
Amazing.
Yeah. But yeah, please give Hel a little shout out in chat. You all should go check her out, of course, because she is wonderful. As for me, I will be back tomorrow. When I will be finally reading the first few chapters of Other Side Picnic, which is a Yuri light novel that I... PS2 Wizard, thank you very much for following. Which I was given a while ago, and I promised that if I got that I would read it, so I'm gonna. And then I'm not gonna continue reading it because you will all just have to support the author and buy it for yourself if you like what I will be reading tomorrow. I've read the manga, part of it, and I've watched the anime, and I really like both of those, so I'm excited for the original product, you know, the original version of the story. They're doing fireworks outside. So that'll be tomorrow at this same channel, 7 p.m. GMT +1. Exclamation point links in chat, and you get a link to my little website where all my links can be found, because then you can follow me on the social or join the Discord, which are great ways to be notified of when I'm going to go live. You don't have to worry about joining a whole Discord community if you don't want to. That's totally fine. All you will have is the stream announcements channel and another channel explaining how to get into the full channel server if you want to, but there's no pressure whatsoever. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I might do another one of these because we did have some other games that we didn't get to this time. But I do also have some other priorities and stuff. I want to play some. I've got a bunch of anime games that I want to play, and Signalis. I want to play Signalis so bad.
Whoa.
That is very high on the list. And also, I gotta start Kingdom Hearts Recoded, of course. Now, we are going to find someone to raid, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna find someone to raid. Oh, I know Signalis is fucking incredible. I know, people keep telling me. Let's go ahead and raid. Blank. Yeah, that's it. I don't say his name out a lot. Blank's playing Dark Souls Remastered. Blanc is also a low poly VTuber and is a very nice dude. So let's go over there. I hope you've all had a very wonderful time. Oh wait, raid message. What's the raid message gonna be? This is the only raid.
This is the only raid. We're orcs. We believe in
Ow. This is the raid message. So, we'll start raid. So yes, I hope you've all had a wonderful time. Thank you so much for coming and supporting me and stuff. If I don't see you guys tomorrow, then I hope you will all have a wonderful New Year's Eve. And I will see you in the next year. Goodbye, everyone. Bye-bye. I love y'all. Bye.